Kind of one of those spring days here in San Francisco. A little rain, a little breeze. Eventually, they tell us a little sunshine. They're filling up AT&T Park once again. It will be number 425 in a row of sellouts as this park, one of the really great venues in all of sports, not just baseball, as the Giants take the field for the game here this afternoon. Charlie Blackmon back in the leadoff spot for the Rockies. Let's take a look at how things will shake out in the Rockies batting order, brought to us by Southwest Airlines. Trevor Story has had a good series, but nobody has been hitting here in San Francisco like Nolan Arenado. Tony Walters will be in the catcher's spot this afternoon as the Rockies are in day 3 of the injury to Nick Hundley. And there's Mr. I don't know what I'm going to see on the mound, Johnny Cueto.
His stuff is maybe not the best stuff you'll ever see, but how he pitches with it separates him. And he will pitch to contact. He's not afraid to throw first pitch strikes. And really, he has 5 pitches because he'll throw the occasional curveball. And baseball, especially pitching, is all about mixing up the hitter's timing. And Cueto is as good as it comes when it talks about doing a shimmy at the mound, changing timing, quick pitching. So when you see that with his fastball, it makes him extremely difficult to hit.
We will see just about everything from Mr. Cueto, especially the big body turn, and as Spilly described it, a little shimmy shake along the way. He is a guy who throws a bunch of first pitch strikes, but he missed on that one there from the right-hander. Charlie Blackmon, a pinch hit base hit in last night's game and 2 for 6 in the series. Neither team took batting practice with the inclement weather. Belt will handle that one, and Blackmon is retired. Besides Brandon Belt on the infield and the outfield, here's how the Giants align themselves. Blanco, Span, and Pence, same in the outfield, and the same infield look as well, with Buster Posey again behind the plate for Game 3 of this series. Trevor Story getting his first look at Johnny Cueto. So in this circumstance, Ryan, first time you're going to see this guy in person, what do?
You know what? You almost have to be aggressive against Cueto, but in your zone.
And it'll be a base hit to left field for Trevor. Story getting his 5th hit of the series.
Well, off a pitcher that you've never seen before, and Trevor's going to have a lot of those throughout this season. But a guy that loves to change up your timing, you have to look location. And Trevor's very good on the inside part of the plate. That ball runs back in. And Trevor, again, we're not seeing the big swing coming out of Trevor. His load is allowing him to stay back, and his hands are going through the baseball a lot more fluid than we've seen it about a week ago.
Carlos Gonzalez had Madison Bumgarner slow him down last night in a hitless evening, but still the batting average over 320. Belt will get 1, and they get 2. Hang on a second. Will the Rockies decide to review it? Walt asking for a moment to Fielden Culbreth, the crew chief, who's working behind the plate, and we will say no review as pictures good enough for the Rockies to say no. On that boat out in the bay right now as the Rockies get a hit, but a double play takes care of things. Let's take a look at the leadoff man for the Giants, and once again it's going to be Denard Span, who's been a factor in this series as we look at the rest of the Giants batting order, brought to us by Southwest Airlines. Same lineup as last night, and it was effective. Crawford with the big hit last night, the 3-run homer that got the Giants right back into the game after the Rockies had scored 4 times against Madison Bumgarner. We'll watch this first inning with particular interest from Jon Gregg. It hasn't just been since moving up to the big leagues. He had some first inning issues as a minor league pitcher as well. Against the shift, this is going to be tough. Trevor with a very nice play to get him. Good throw on the run by the rookie.
Great play, and the Rockies are in a shift with the Denard Span. So Trevor's starting on the opposite side of the base and being able to run, set his backhand up so he can field it nice and clean, and then the exchange with the throw off balance. That's a great play, and it's a good start for Jon Gregg getting that first out.
Span runs well, and Trevor right on the mark with that throw on the run, and the first pitch strike to Joe Panik. Panik back in the lineup last night after not playing in game 1. Had a hit and a walk in the Giants' victory last night. And Trevor has a much easier time taking care of Panik. A good buster, if you will, ahead of Buster Posey. Defensively in the outfield, the Rockies have Gerardo Parra back in left, Charlie Blackmon in center, and Cargo in right. Same look on the infield. Mark Reynolds, the lower leg long strawberry, nonetheless, is still in there at first base. Tony Walters doing the catching today. A good first pitch in to Matt Duffy. Yeah, Mark Reynolds, lower left leg from the knee down. Looks like he's been applying sandpaper rather than lotion to the leg.
And he was joking that every time he walks, it just breaks open more skin. So there's no way for it to heal. It's like a road rash. Good pitch.
Yeah, tied him up inside, 1-2. There is a light rain, a drizzle falling again. Some of the forecasts said the rain would be out of here by 2 o'clock local time. Raining a little bit now, and the fans, well, they're used to it here. They come prepped. Good velocity, but just off the outside edge.
Just visually looking at John from day one against the Dodgers a couple weeks ago to right now, there's a different look about him. A little more confidence, a little bit more command on that clay circle.
Full count on Duffy. And not to make this sound negative, but more professional.
He does look, it's just a physical, he looks like his, I mean, we talk about walking with your chest puffed out, but there's a physical difference when you feel confidence. You can see it.
And Trevor is going to be involved in all three plays. Good pick by Mark Reynolds.
Set the major league record.
There you go. We head to the second. Good start for Jon Gray. We're scoreless. Colorado Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Bank of the West. For a personal approach to banking, go west. Bank of the West. Your hometown Toyota stores. Toyota, let's go places. And by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And the rain coming down a little steadier right now. Some of the folks have stepped back under cover. They, as we said, talked about this moving out during the course of the afternoon. And so play on as Nolan Arenado takes ball one from Johnny Cueto. Two more hits last night for Nolan, 3 in the series, 311 in his career against the Giants. The 3 RBIs on the year already after a big season last year here. 1 and 2. Talk about different arm angles, different velocities. The shimmy shake master on the mound gives a little bit of everything, and he quick pitched him there to get strike 3. Waiting to see the turn and twist. Instead, he just picked up that front leg and fired.
Well, and that's what makes Cueto so difficult as a hitter, especially with Nolan knowing what he's going to do. And he quick pitched through a changeup, which for a hitter, you see the quick pitch and it speeds you up mentally. It makes you feel like, okay, I got to go. He's coming after me. I'm geared up for the fastball. And then to throw the changeup off of that, that's good pitching. And Walt says you can't think along the lines with Cueto because he'll drive you crazy. You don't know what he's going to do.
You and I talked this morning when we got here about, tendencies and trying to prep for it and in-game adjustments to tendencies. I guess you throw that out the window with this guy.
He's going to throw whatever he wants at any count, at any time. And that should be the mental philosophy of most pitchers. You just see what the batter just did on that last pitch, and then you pitch according.
1-2 now on Parra. Some thought he was too small, not strong enough, that his hands were too small. And he's won more than 100 games in a big league uniform. Panik will take care of Parra. What makes Johnny Cueto so successful? Well, Walt Weiss today said because he throws the kitchen sink at you.
He can do multiple things to mess you up as a hitter, and it's hard to think along with him. You almost get in trouble trying to think along with him because, like I said, there's not really any patterns.
And in hindsight, I was reading about Max Scherzer, and yesterday the Cubs beat him up. And after the game, Max Scherzer was talking about how the Cubs were thinking along the lines with Max, and that he felt that he was too predictable. And so when you have a pitcher that's unpredictable like Johnny Cueto, it keeps the entire hitters off of whatever pitches you're going to throw.
Gotten 2 quick outs here in the second inning. 1-1 to count on Mark Reynolds. Yeah, the game's hard enough to begin with. When you toss in unpredictability, it's yow.
It makes it even harder. This game's hard enough.
Of course, at some point in his career, Cueto, in understanding his unpredictability, made it just about his pitching and not about his personality. And that's when good things started to happen.
Whenever you're just yourself, and I think you have to also tip your cap to the managers that Cueto's had that has allowed him to do what he does on the mound. You know, that a pitching coach in Brian Price with the Reds allowed him to do the shimmy, allowed him to change the timing. When he came to the Giants with Righetti and Bochy, just to allow him to be. I mean, every time you see players that are allowed to be, and the Giants are a great example of it, players play better. There's Righetti right there, watching on.
He was fun to watch when he pitched. Whew. Talk about competitive.
He was a starter and a closer.
Yep, how about that? He and John Smoltz, the 2 best in that regard, at least in my humble opinion.
What do you think of Eckersley?
Yeah, it's a conversation that we'll continue to have here, but Johnny Cueto interrupts us by getting a punch out, scoreless here in San Francisco.
There's John Gray pitching here in San Francisco. His first inning, 7 of 10 pitches were strikes. He pitched on Monday in San Diego, gave up 2 runs in the first, and then was unhittable. Nick Hundley caught him on Monday and saw something that he changed after that first inning.
He saw me leaking a little bit, separating late, so he gave me a signal right away. He's like, come straight to me, and from then on out, it was everything was more consistent. Good spot.
So we'll watch Gray's pitch here and then talk a little bit more about what Nick Hundley said. And Spilly, I asked Hundley about that today, and he said, you know what, I'm just going to make it simple. I want him to have a singular focus on the hill. That's it.
Well, it's good. Got to keep a guy, just look at the catcher's mitt, throw the ball.
Going to get another infield out as Buster Posey will ground out to Nolan Arenado. And you don't get to be an All-American, pitcher of the year in college by a number of publications, the 3rd overall pick behind Chris Bryant in the draft, and not have talent. But how guys finish off is the interesting part of the game, and to have a guy like Hundley around to help John Gray is crucial.
It is. It's nice when your teammate is a coach for you. It helps when your teammates talk hitting with you. It helps when your teammates talk pitching. And when you have a coach behind home plate that's your teammate, makes all the difference in the world. I'm going to pay attention to Walters working with Gray. This is the second time Walters has been behind the plate with Gray, and the last start with Walters and Chris Russ, and they were off the page for the most part. So I want to see the relationship between these two when we talk about Nick Hundley and John Gray.
Well, that was pitch 15. John falling behind 2 balls and a strike. And why does that number have importance? We'll get a graphic that really shows it pretty well. To start games, not real good for John. Then it changes into okay.
Okay, 091 is great. Yeah, you look at those numbers, and it also goes with first time through the lineup, second time once a pitcher makes an adjustment, and then the 3rd time through. On the first 15 pitches for John, I mean, we talk about that's a 778 batting average. That is, I don't think I've ever seen it that high. And then to just make his adjustment, realizing what's working that day, and you can see how good he can be when he understands what is working that day.
Finally, he and Walters agree for a 3-2 to Belt, and missed with it, and Brandon Belt continues to be the on-base machine for the Giants. The numbers have been staggering over the last couple of weeks with Brandon Belt. He walked a couple of times in last night's game. He has drawn 17 walks in his last 53 plate appearances. And when you have guys like Pence behind him, I think it makes Pence an even better hitter because he rises to the occasion.
This lineup is probably one of the best in baseball, top to bottom, and it shows. You look at the batting average, same team batting average, 275 as the Colorado Rockies. You look at where they play, AT&T Ballpark. You look at the home road splits. Look at the runs per game. This is a great lineup, top to bottom. Each player complements the next.
This could be 2. DJ will make the pivot, and John Gray, solid start here this afternoon on a drizzly day in San Francisco. It's been about the pitching. it's a 3-hour cruise.
Where's Marianne?
That's it. Ginger, I can see her just in the front. No score. And if you're not on that cruise and the Rockies score 7 or more runs during a game, you can go to a participating Colorado Taco Bell location the next day between 4 and 6 p.m. Get your Rockies Taco Special. Liv Moss at Taco Bell. DJ LeMahieu, Tony Walters, John Gray against Johnny Cueto in this third inning. Cueto with 2 strikeouts last inning. Gave up a base hit to Trevor Story in the first. Brandon Belt walked against John Gray. Each side has turned to double play. 2 quick strikes on DJ. Cueto starting slowly only in terms of first pitch strikes because he's been one of the best, in fact, the best in baseball coming into today at just under 75% on the year. He's only 3 out of 7 to start today, but has still kept the Rockies at bay. Two and two now on DJ, who was hitless last night after a 3-hit game on Thursday.
And DJ has pretty good numbers against Johnny Cueto, 357 batting average in 14 at bats.
Another quick pitch. DJ was ready for it. Count holds at 2-2.
Just a sequence of pitches that Cueto throws just in this at bat alone. First pitch curveball, cutter outside, sinker in, changeup down, fastball back. There's no sequencing. That's what, as hitters, we look for. We're trying to predict where you're going to go so we can cut the plate in half.
Crawford have to wait on it, but still time to get LeMahieu. For Johnny Cueto, it's 500 plus innings now since the start of the 2014 campaign, and the other guys have got some Cy Young hardware in their household. So,
well, you could argue that Cueto should have won a Cy Young 2 years ago in 2014. Yeah, one of the better seasons in a long time, but there's this guy that plays for the Dodgers. He's a left-handed pitcher
who won again today in Toronto. Mr. Kershaw being in the same generation with them, in the same league, cuts down your award-winning opportunities. Drizzle is still coming down, but much lighter now. This ball had a little more carry than it looked like it might, but Pence still had lots of time to get to it. That was a presidential yacht at one point, the Potomac. Let's see, they've had the Potomac and the Sequoia. Mike Fox telling us that was FDR's presidential yacht. You should see the Spielberg's yacht.
It's a dinghy.
John Gray batting with 2 outs here in the third inning. Swinging the bat, not John's forte. No. Oh, there's Billy's
there
boat.
it is. That's where I left it. Parked it up there. Best part about boating is you don't need a license for it. If you buy a boat, you can just take it out.
I would think it would be a little raw out on the water today. Strikeout number 3 for Cueto. In these conditions and with the talent of the pitchers, not unexpected so far. Colorado Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Subaru. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru. By American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. And by CenturyLink, your link to what's next. You can see the flags on the Potomac moving in the breeze. It's about the same as it was yesterday. I mean, not really impacting on the game too much. You get days here where the wind is an extra player. Brandon Crawford will try and get something started for the Giants against Jon Gray, who has a couple of scoreless innings. Just the second time John's done that in his brief career with the Rockies. And Gerardo Parra playing that breeze a little bit, takes care of it. You know, fans, you can join the conversation with us this season. Just send us your thoughts, photos, and questions via your favorite social media platform using the hashtag ToyotaTalk. We'll show some of your Toyota Talk comments throughout the ball game. The other thing you like with Jon Gray here in the early going, even though his ball strikes are almost 50-50, he just seems more efficient.
He has been. He's been a lot more efficient. I think you look at ERAs and you see that he was almost up to 8, and you're going, what in the world? What's going on with this guy? Stats don't always tell the truth, and John's proving it just because of how he's been pitching. And again, tweet on the bottom just showed it's the first time in however many starts that he hadn't given up a run in the first 2 innings, and that's part of the growth, and it's also part of why you look at numbers and you see, well, he only has 8 innings pitched. His ERA is 8. He's not good. Well, it's false. He's a lot better than we give him credit for.
You know, that you and I love having that discussion just about anywhere. It seems that baseball demands the combination of numbers and eyeballs, if you will. Got to see the product, not just the numbers. Both have value. 1-2 on Blanco with Cueto on deck. Very compact delivery now for Jon Gray. One of the things they worked on. It didn't have a big delivery even in college, but Rockies have tightened it up even more.
Well, you can see they moved his front foot in front of him, and now he just rocks back and just creates a little bit of space to get him more in line. And by in line, oh, nice play by the fan. By in line, I'm talking about when John gathers and he creates the momentum to his back leg. That's where most of the power comes from. Keeps his head in line. He's able to throw more strikes. And Bob McClure has a great saying. He says, mechanics throw strikes.
DJ, you can get that uniform dirty for Mike Pontarelli, but he makes the play, and that's the second half. I think at times there's a little bit of catcher in DJ LeMahieu because he gets down to block things. Either that or he was a goalie sometime in his life.
One of those two. I mean, he's 6'4" and he has to find a way to get down. And he's going to do whatever it takes to make sure the ball does not get away from him, and that's why he's one of the best.
You made a great point last night, Ryan. We're spoiled, and because of that, you start to take for granted the plays that LeMahieu makes, the plays that Arenado makes day in and day out. that there isn't a surprise. There's the expectation, yeah, they're going to make that play.
But then you see other players on other teams try to make something similar, and it's either a hit or they make an error or the throw's not on target. And you go, oh, wow. It's not normal.
John Gray trying to finish off Cueto. Johnny as a hitter, modest. He's had a couple of hits this year. Came into the game 108 as a hitter in his career. If you're wondering, and in this day and age where we get all kinds of information, Cueto does his own hair. Those dreads are his. He says, no, I just kind of fool around with them and get them the way I like it. Been doing it for a long time. See ya. Good pitch by John Gray. He gets his first strikeout of the afternoon. We're scoreless.
The fourth, and there is no score. Cueto on the hill against John Gray. Both have pitched well here early on. Let's go back to Johnny Cueto's previous outing against the Rockies. Late July last year at Coors Field with the Reds. The next day, he was traded to the Royals. Now, he put up great numbers, 8 innings, didn't allow a run, struck out 5, and only walked 1. And the next day, he goes to Kansas City, and you know what happened after that. And then, of course, here he is signing in the offseason with the Giants. And so far, guys, 35 pitches for Cueto, 34 for Gray through the first 3 innings.
Yeah, they really have been matching almost pitch for pitch. Cueto is 4-2 against the Rockies in his career, but the 2 losses came early.
And I remember that start. That Johnny Cueto start last year. His head's on the trading block. It was uncomfortable because before the game even started, he wasn't sure if he was going to go out and warm up.
Well, an excuse me base hit for Charlie Blackmon, and against Cueto with his success this year, you'll take that.
It's how you have to play baseball here in San Francisco, and talking to the guys in the clubhouse, we kind of look at each other because the Giants, they find ways to get hits. It's almost like they single you to death, and a cutter up and in, and Charlie's able to pull his hands in. Last night, had an excuse me check swing for a hit. So it's good to see Charlie to get going, and even though they're not well struck, hits make you feel better.
Well, and the way baseball is, he had a lot of loud outs in the first 10 days of the season.
And you never feel great about a loud out.
As much as we in the media try and make, oh yeah, he's got to feel good about that.
No,
not a chance.
You feel worse.
Other Rockies hit belongs to the guy at the plate. Hit it to left field his first time up, and Batting average climbing for Trevor up to 276. Posey has thrown out 40%. Only 10 have attempted to steal against Buster. A couple of years ago, teams were running wild against him. Then he had a very good year throwing out runners last year, and people have been a little more reluctant so far here. 1 ball, 1 strike on Story. You know, and you wonder, some of it, the top 3, Bumgarner, Cueto, and Samardzija, as a rule, don't have a lot of traffic. And then with Peavy and Kane's troubles, you didn't want to run into an out with the way you were hitting the ball off those 2 guys.
Good point.
That was close.
Charlie was leaning towards second base, and Cueto with the quick move towards first. The better throw probably gets Charlie.
Yeah, as you would expect, he's a little more conventional with a guy on base. He's forced to by the rules somewhat, and also trying to keep the running game from going crazy against him.
And you can see on the Subaru Supermo, Belt had to pick the ball. The ball was in the dirt, which slowed down the tag.
Another quick move and a near pickoff, and which we talked about it last night. They didn't have to worry about spraying the infield too much today with the drizzling rain we've had, but Walt Weiss was talking to the media before the game and mentioned that in a conversation with the Giants grounds crew, they changed a lot of their dirt. They brought in a lot more red clay, and it looks like the Giants want to review that last pickoff attempt. But Walt was saying they're trying to figure out how much water to put down on this infield, because clay as a rule will hold that water.
And you can see the field. I mean, Walt still said, hey, the field plays well, but Charlie's over at first base kicking dirt off of his cleats. This is going to be a pretty close tag at first base. See the hand reaching in. Yikes.
I think the question is, in that last look, the best of the 3. Can you guess on where that glove is touching, or when you see the action, finally, is he touching there?
No, he called him out.
He did call him out. They viewed that that was contact before the hand got to the bag. So Blackman is picked off.
That's a good challenge by Boch to be able to get the leadoff man out.
Well, and you know from the Rockies' perspective, you're not going to get many chances against Cueto. You're thinking about some kind of action play. This off the end of the bat, and I don't think Span, yes, he does get there. I didn't think at first that ball would get out that far, but a good break by Span and a little more airtime produces another out.
The next Fan Friday is May the 13th, and the first 20,000 fans will receive a Fan Friday tote bag courtesy of MLB Network. Friday the 13th?
Yeah.
That's scary.
Just have to deal with it.
Everybody's going to be running around with tote bags?
Cargo grounded into a 3-6-3 double play. And right now, just a little bit in between. Just think his growth, and you have to keep growing as a player, has enabled him to still be productive when he's not locked in.
For a guy with a leg kick like Carlos Gonzalez has, a pitcher like Johnny Cueto who changes up your timing is really difficult.
2 balls and a strike. Outside, you might have heard Field and Culbreth say.
Outside. Well, it was great. It was great watching. Watch the leg kick of Carlos Gonzalez throughout this in bat.
Cueto able to handle it, and the Rockies are done in the 3rd. The pickoff is big. No score. Gee, I was surprised that Clayton Kershaw would have a good game.
The guy's unbelievable. Unbelievable pitcher. Ever since he really started throwing a slider inside, it's changed him.
Bernard Span retired on a nice play by Trevor Story, first time up. And Trevor's not on the right side of the diamond. He was in the first inning and had to come back to the left to make the play. The Rays missed 3 in a row. First 3-0 count of the day for John. He's allowed 1 base runner to this point, a walk to Brandon Belt, and got a double play ball. Starting to blow in a little bit. Line to left, and Gerardo's going to have to play it on the bounce. Made the smart choice. I think until the last possible moment, Parra thought he could make a play on that ball. First hit of the day for San Francisco.
Well, looking into John Gray's numbers, you see the high ERA. He has not pitched a lot of innings, and so it's going to be up there, especially if you give up runs. But what's important is FIP, that's fielding independent pitching, 2.66. That's what he can control. We're talking walks, home runs, strikeouts, and hit by pitches. You look at the ratios, strikeouts to walks, 23-4. That's why the FIP is so low. And if you look at the batting average, ball in play, 474 batting average, that's a ridiculously high number. And the argument always is with stats people is that the average will fall towards the mean. So those numbers won't always be what they are. But the point I'm getting at is when you see the slugging percentage right here, that number right there shows to me that when the ball is put in play, it's a pitch that's missing too much and getting way too much part of the plate. So we look at these numbers. You see the FIP, it's low. We know the ERA is eventually going to come back down. But when he is getting hit, he's getting hit with pitches that should be getting hit hard. So location is extremely important.
Well, you showed in our open to the broadcast here from the ballpark in those tough first innings that he had against the Dodgers in San Diego when he missed, as you described it, middle.
So it's not just luck that the teams are hitting 471 with batting average ball in play. They're hitting that high because it's a pitch right down the middle.
2 strikes on Panik, who had a soft liner to Trevor Story his first time up. And it gets back to there are strikes and there are quality strikes.
Exactly. And last night, Madison Bumgarner, Nolan had a hit down the right field line, put the ball in play, hit down the right field line. There was a couple balls that weren't hit hard, broken bat singles that land. Slugging on those balls are going to be low. So a batting average ball in play with the low slugging says, yes, okay, there's some luck involved. But when the batting average balls in play is up at 470, and then you look at the slugging and you see that when the ball's in play, it's with damage, then you go, okay, the number's high, but it's for a reason.
And what John's trying to prove, it can be corrected when you have the talent resource that he does.
Exactly. So we know, because we love the strikeout to walk ratio. It's great. You want those numbers to be where it's at. He's nearly 5 strikeouts for every walk. It's almost up to 6 now. That's a great number. That will help him along the lines. That's going to lower his ERA. But when you do miss, you need to miss in better locations.
There goes Span, and the ball's going to be a grounder to first. So I don't know if they get the double play anyway, but running Span puts a man in scoring position. And you have seen here with the Giants, it helped them manufacture a run last night with 2 outs when they again ran on a 1-2 count.
It's just good baseball. They have a good idea and understanding of a 1-2 count is what, Jack? Typically what type of pitch count? It's an off-speed count, so that if the Rockies pitcher spikes it, you have the advantage that it's going to be harder for the catcher to receive the ball and make a throw.
You look at guys' strikeout totals to plate appearances to gauge their ability to make contact to help that runner as well. Panik certainly in that category, 11 strikeouts and more than 100 plate appearances. So you take that chance that he'll make contact.
All the time. And you're not going to go for a pitch out because you don't want to waste a pitch when you have a hitter in a 1-2 count. Maybe on 0-2 because you're still well ahead, but you don't want to get back to even.
This will keep Span at second. Story gets yet another assist, 4 already in the game for Trevor. Here's the Coors Light Cold Hard Facts for you. They're brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. John Gray with the 11 punch-outs against the Padres in his last start. Just the 3rd time a rookie has done that, and the 6th time a Rocky has struck out at least 10, and just 3 with 11 or more. John with just 1 strikeout so far, but very solid pitching at this point. Needs to get Buster Posey to keep the game scoreless.
Good pitch. And this is Posey understanding that John Gray loves his fastball and was trying to jump on the young rookie, and to be able to throw a off-speed pitch, first pitch to Buster Posey, shows Posey something. you almost want to follow up again and see if you can command a strike or a changeup or a slider. I think the slider is his best secondary pitch, but if you can throw for a strike in a spot where Posey can't touch it.
Time called at the plate requested by Tony Walters. Walt Weiss likes to talk about Jon Gray's slider as being a wipeout pitch.
And it really is. Really tight spin. He can spin the ball pretty good. Oof.
I think they surprised Field and Culbreth there. Yep.
That's kind of the sequence you want to see after a first pitch. You see Posey's hunting fastball. Right? If you swing like that through a slider, he's looking fastball. He's looking to do some damage. Would have loved to have had that slider called for a strike.
Yeah, 0-2's a lot better than 1-1, especially with a guy like Posey. Look out. Brandon Belt getting out of the way of a projectile.
And Posey's going to apply some more what they call Moda stick. It's basically pine tar. And that's some great downward movement from Jon Gray's fastball. Rejecto bat.
I've been trouble with Hunter Pence because he's been standing right in that batter's circle, the on-deck circle. You know, a couple of good pitches, but you can't miss. Trying to take care of business. Came back off speed again. I always marvel when you get good hitting catchers, you know, Johnny Bench and of course Posey and a number of others, and you wonder if they block off thinking too much or if they use it as a weapon trying to think along with the pitcher. Two and two.
I think catchers think along with the pitchers. They kind of put themselves in, what would I pitch to myself right here? And the other thing, the catchers, I mean, we talk about this, and I wish there was a better way to show it, but the strike zone always feels smaller for catchers. They work with the umpires. They don't get quite as much off the edges when they're hitting as other players do.
Walters dancing around back there, and it pays off. They get him with the breaking ball. Good work again from Jon Gray. The youngster matching very well with Johnny Cueto here this afternoon. Colorado Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Pitchers dominating here on Superheroes Day at AT&T Park. They had the legendary Stan Lee from Marvel Comics.
You're in the
before
building.
game.
You're a superhero.
You know, what superhero would you be?
Rollover man.
Oh man, that's pretty good. Way back when, in the dark ages when I was young, I was pretty fast. So I probably would have been Flash or Green Lantern.
The lantern?
Yeah,
I like it.
something like that. There's Stan Lee with Lucille.
Well, they asked Stanley with the on-field entertainment what superhero he'd be, and he said Iron Man. He goes, he's the richest, he's the best looking, and when he does a movie, he gets paid the most.
There you go. Something to shoot for, right? Use that speed, Nolan. And that'll be a foul ball. I actually, he was a classmate of mine, may he rest in peace, Christopher Reeve, Superman in a number of movies. We went to college together, and that's the closest I ever came to a superhero.
He looked the part. I mean,
He was skinny in college. He put on like about 30 pounds.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, he was that tall. He was 6'4". He was like 175, 170. He was skinny.
from Krypton, right?
Yeah, that's it. Actually, another little thing of useless trivia, as my wife would call it. He put all the weight on training with a man, I believe his name was David Prowse, who actually was inside the Darth Vader costume in Star Wars. He was a big man. You know, obviously they used James Earl Jones for the voice, but David Prowse was the actor in the scenes, and he was a bodybuilder trainer in Hollywood, and he was the one that trained Christopher Reeve to gain all the weight for Superman. 1-2 the count still on Nolan, leading off here in the Rockies' fifth. Now that we've gone completely off topic. Two and two.
I like this battle right now between Cueto and Nolan. Nolan's trying to figure out the timing, figure out the shimmies. Cueto just dropped the ball.
I get a little dark spot on it.
That's right, Nolan. Hit down on it. Catch it out in front.
You know what I loved the other day when Nolan's mom was on as your social media person, and they had the video of Nolan swinging at the tee as a toddler. He was swinging down. It was the same swing. I couldn't believe it.
Same swing. You just have these natural talents, and then he's worked his tail off to get them even better.
Whoa, look out. It's going to be ball four, and a much closer look at Rob Manfred's signature than Nolan ever wants to get. And that's the first walk of the day for Cueto as the drizzle starts again here at the ballpark. The Rockies have had the leadoff man on the last two innings.
Well, Nolan took a slider outside off the plate, and it was close to his hand, but you can see Nolan lost balance. Graceful.
Says, I'm good. Nolan runs, and he's out by plenty. Somebody missed the sign. That was easy for the Giants.
Well, you're wondering if there's a hit and run. Parra swings right through it.
It goes officially as a caught stealing, but I would think that that's just an awful feeling as a hitter when the hit and run is on and you can't make contact.
Well, it's even worse as a base runner when you're halfway to second base and you know you're about to be out. Having to run back to the dugout is an awful feeling, especially when you're on the road.
And this one, as always seems to happen, ends up getting through for a base hit. Baseball has never been, nor will it ever be, fair. The Rockies get their third hit. Blackman, Story, and now Parra with base hits. Mark Reynolds, one of 3 strikeout victims for Cueto. He was called out on strikes. That ended the second inning. Here in the 5th. Cueto has not walked more than 2. He has struck out as many as 11 in a start this year. And it's going to be a 4-hit day for the Rockies and another hit for Mark Reynolds. He might have all kinds of problems with the scrape on his leg, but it isn't impacting his swing.
Fans mini plans start at just 8 games and $111. Guarantee Yankees and summer fireworks games with the 15-game pick-a plan. I like where Mark Reynolds' approach has been. He's been quiet. He's been putting the ball in play. He's been picking his moments to swing hard, take the big swing that you know Rockies fans are used to seeing when he was with other teams. And then he seems like he's just growing into being a much wiser player.
Yeah, that's the best adjective. You took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, guys, as their career goes along, they either can become bitter might be too strong of a word, but less cooperative because they're not playing as much as they think they should, or their skills are going a little bit, or you become that wise player, and Mark certainly has developed into that, I think.
I do too. I just think he's taking quality at bats, and I haven't seen the wild, over-aggressive swing. On occasion, we'll see it. That's part of his nature. But we're also seeing a much quieter approach and thought process between his at-bats, and that's important. You can teach an old dog new tricks.
Tough count for DJ. And the Giants are going to turn another double play. It has paid off well for Johnny Cueto. No score.
Francisco, we go bottom 5. The rain continues. Their second base. And you heard Jack and Spilly earlier talking about Walt Weiss, and he got some word from San Francisco and how they've kind of done things here with the infield. Listen.
Talking to their groundskeeper yesterday, matter of fact, he said they added a lot of clay to the infield, and it holds water very well. It does look the infield dirt looks pretty shiny, you know, when the game starts. But I think it's playing pretty well.
So the rain continues, and I talked to DJ today, and you had mentioned it yesterday, Spilly. DJ said he likes this infield. He likes Dodger Stadium. He loves Coors Field. He likes this division, but so far so good. Probably going to have to use the tongue depressor. I saw, John Gray get that when he came off into the dugout, but it looks like it's holding up okay. And if DJ likes it, why not?
Yeah, if DJ says it's okay, it's okay.
1-1 to Brandon Belt. Speaking of Mr. LeMahieu, yes, nice, easy bounce. Thank you very much, grounds crew.
All right, well, I've received several questions about FIP and what exactly FIP means. What does BABIP mean? That's batting average, ball in play. Well, FIP is fielding independent pitching, and it measures the aspects that a pitcher's performance can control. Strikeouts, walks, hit by pitch, and home runs, taking defense completely out of the equation. And so that's how they're measuring that stat. So they're looking at strikeouts to walk ratios, and they're looking at how many times a guy gives up a home run, whether you hit a batter, and whether you can walk him. Those are what you can control as a pitcher.
Good breaking ball there to even the count. So I would guess then, for example, Bert Blyleven, who the Hall of Famer, gave up a lot of home runs, but his strikeouts to walks ratio was always outstanding. So they would probably play off each other in terms of FIP, and I've got Spilly geeked up about it. The fingers are flying across the tablet now, trying to get the FIP on the Dutchman.
Well, and the Dutchman had a career ERA of...
You need my reading glasses?
Yeah, I do. Career ERA of 3.31, which is fantastic, and a FIP, and you were right, 3.19, so it's lower. Again, walks and hits and the things you can control.
And there's a walk for the second time from John Gray with one out to Pence here in the bottom of the 5th.
And I would guess that Blyleven's FIP the last 2 years of his career hurt his overall career numbers. 96 home runs in 2 years.
Well, there was one year, if you look, he gave up, I think, close to 50 home runs in one season.
It was 50 in 1986.
But in that year, the 50 home runs, I think like 41 of them,
solo shots.
Solo shots, a huge number because he didn't walk people. So when he gave up a home run, it was just a single run. And pitching in the Metrodome, you need some you need some realization that you're going to give up some home runs. So don't add to the problem.
Basically, when we're looking at this fielding independent pitching and how it relates to John Gray, the point is that he's going to be good. He's a lot better than the peripherals so far show.
2 quick strikes on Crawford here. Yeah, and sometimes ERA, it's like a bullpen guy. I mean, you look at Jake McGee's ERA right now and you go, oh my gosh, but 5 runs in 2/3 of an inning as a bullpen guy, it's going to take you months to overcome one bad outing.
For relief pitchers, I look at inherited runners scored. I think that's a true measure in holds. If you can come out and hold a lead, I think those are the signs of a good relief pitcher.
Yeah, and maybe not Chad Bettis' greatest outing last night, but some of Chad's earned run average came when the bullpen allowed some inherited runners to score against him. All part of the process, and you have to get guys in the bullpen who aren't the closer to buy into that, maintain the lead, prevent inherited runners, hold that advantage.
Don't walk anybody. All these things. You're right.
Got him. Foul tipped perhaps, but held on to by Tony Walters. Was that the slider again, Billy?
I'm going to pay attention. I'm trying to see it. It's hard to see from up here. It almost looked like a changeup, and I think he got away with location. No, that's a slider, and really he really truly did get away with location right there. That was a slider, middle, up in the zone. Not a lot of bite to that pitch, but you'll take it. I mean, sometimes a bad pitch is a good strike. It happens all the time.
Got by Reynolds, but didn't get by DJ, and they get Blanco. Good play by the Gold Glover backing up his first baseman. We head to the 6th. Still no score in San Francisco. Move into the 6th inning. We talked about the Rockies infielders liking this infield, damp or otherwise, and DJ LeMahieu again just showing his great range.
Well, it's heads-up baseball, and we don't get too often right a 3-4-3 put-out. Reynolds with the attempt, he touches it, and this is the awareness, keeping your head up and looking where the ball is, understanding the play, getting back to the base.
Don't force the pitcher to get into that sprint with the batter. Yeah, well done by both men. Tony Walters flied out fairly deep right center. Well, it'd be fairly deep in most parks, but not out there in Triples Alley here at AT&T.
Maybe Walters will take a drag bunt with him. There it is.
A nice play by Cueto. I'm not sure why he just didn't keep going to the bag. He gets the out. And the fans are mad at Tony, but he's doing what he's supposed to do.
Well, Belt was playing far back. That's why I thought maybe Walters would try to take a drag bunt with them. And being the athlete that Walters is, that's the right play. What are you supposed to do? Just let him tag you? He goes, no, I'm going for the hit. Obviously, he's not trying to hurt Johnny Cueto or chop block the guy. So what's the base runner supposed to do?
Yeah, and it was really all initiated by the pitcher. He didn't need to make that kind of play. John Gray struck out first time up against Cueto. Both pitchers have 3 punch-outs on the day. Brightening skies here. Still a little bit of drizzle falling, but certainly brighter than it's been. It never touched John Gray, or did it?
It had to.
Yeah. Down at first, C.B. Buckner said it hit him. Now the question is, and Eric Young Sr.'s asking, did it hit him in the batter's box or in front of the plate? Or did it hit the bat multiple times? I think that's what the Rockies are going to say. If it hit the bat twice, it's just automatically a foul ball.
It's a foul ball, and in golf, it's a two-stroke
penalty. Yep. And John Gray, who likes to play golf.
Yeah, it hit his bat again. And he's still in the box. It's a foul ball. Doink.
Oh, yeah. Now, is that reviewable? Okay. Now they're going to call him out. And so now Walt will ask Field and Culbreth if it's reviewable.
Well, Ed Montague is one of the umpire directors that's here in the stadium. So after watching this play, I might run down and ask him what the call is.
Fans are unhappy, but the fans didn't see the video where it hit the bat twice.
UI having a nice discussion with C.B. Buckner at first base.
I'm guessing it is not reviewable by the tenor of the 2 conversations going on, Buckner and Young, Weiss and Culbreth. Yeah, if the ball goes off the bat a second time, it's foul. If he's still in the box, and he was, that left foot was still in the batter's box. Well, another thing you don't see all the time in baseball. And a very frustrated Rockies coaching staff. Charlie Blackmon has one of the 4 hits against Cueto. A little bloop over the head of the drawn-up third baseman Duffy 2 innings ago.
I still get that John Gray was probably going to be out one more pitch later. 0-2 against Cueto. He's not a hitter. But I'm still scratching my head. I need the explanation for that play.
Well, it's some of the inconsistency with what can be reviewed and what can't be reviewed, and I know they're concerned about pace of play. Gets back to my number 1 argument, Ryan. You and I, you've heard me talk about it probably to ad nauseum. I don't understand why the crew chief does not wear a microphone.
Yes.
And for circumstances like that, just explain to the crowd and everybody else what decision they made and why they made it, and move on.
In Japan, they do it. Every single time there's an ejection or a play like that, they get on the loudspeaker like they do in the NFL.
Right.
They say exactly what just happened.
You know, it's not going to impact on, crowd control or anything else. I think it makes it better.
It does, because there's no gray area. Everybody knows what just happened.
This hit pretty well to the gap. Charlie's going to have extra bases. He'll hold at second for Blackmon. That's double number 5. First extra base hit from either side.
Well, Charlie, his last 2 hits were almost excuse me swings, and this ball he gets behind and drives it. That's the swing we've come to love with Charlie. You can see the pace, the nice easy tempo that Charlie has, and once he gets his legs behind the baseball, you can see how the bat head just goes straight through the plane of the strike zone and drives it opposite field.
Just the second scoring chance for the Rockies. They had 2 on and 1 out in the 5th inning, but a double play ended it. Now Charlie out there at second with 2 outs for Trevor Story. Cueto has thrown more than 100 pitches 5 times already on the season, so at 71 pitches he's far from done. 1 ball, 1 strike. Three of the top 4 in terms of pitches per starts wear that San Francisco uniform, and Clayton Kershaw probably added to that total for himself today in his work. I've got a number for you with Kershaw.
Ooh. What is it?
Since his last walk, 34 punch-outs, including today. That'll help your strikeout walk ratio.
Oh my goodness! Unbelievable.
And you keep forgetting he's still in his late 20s. You're not talking like a guy's 32 or 33.
I mean, you're looking at Sandy Koufax.
Mm-hmm.
That's who you're looking at. And Koufax taught Clayton Kershaw that curveball grip.
Drive towards right. Pence is going to get there. Trevor hit it well, but right at the right fielder. Rockies threaten, don't score. Still zip, zip. The beautiful city of San Francisco. And to get out here, you have to take a cable car ride, of course. Check out Lombard Street, go down to the wharf. Come here to AT&T Ballpark and see a great game as Cueto tries to bun himself aboard. And
I love Cueto. And Reynolds is one of the funnier humans I've been around, and Reynolds will play that one up too.
Well, if you're just joining us, Cueto and Tony Walters got tangled up on a bunt. So Johnny says, I'm going to give myself up here. Little chest bump.
See, this game can be fun.
It's always fun. Come on.
Sometimes this game is not fun at all.
Well, that's spoken by a
Former guy that
yeah. Rode that cable car up and down the hills in the game. You got it.
Yeah, careers feel like you're on Lombard Street.
2 strikes on Denard Span. Here's an interesting note from our good buddy Thomas Harding from MLB.com. Hardball has pointed out, since that double allowed to Matt Kemp in the first inning in San Diego for Jon Gray, Denard Span reaching second base back in the 4th inning is the first man since the Kemp doubled to get to second base. And Gray has retired 30 of the last 35 he's faced. The talent is rising.
It is, and he needs some run support. He needs some runs to give him one of those wins, but it's not about him getting the win.
There's another strikeout for John, his 4th. And let's take a look at the Rockies' upcoming home schedule. It's brought to you by RE/MAX. Rockies will play tomorrow afternoon here and then come home for a week-long homestand. The D-backs in town Monday and Tuesday nights, Wednesday afternoon, and then the only visit to Coors Field from the National League champion New York Mets for what should be a very fun weekend against the Metropolitans.
Well, and speaking of the Mets, Walt was talking about how the Rockies offense struggled in San Diego, and Walt responded, you know what? The Padres are pitching well. They're shutting down the New York Mets right now as well. Last couple games against the Mets, they have not been able to score much.
Yeah, had the no-hitter going for a while with Colin Ray on Thursday. Pomeranz pitched well last night. 2-1 on Panic. He has hit a soft liner to short and grounded out. The other thing that's been good to see with Jon Gray, there's only been 1 outfield put out for the 17 outs registered. 11 ground ball outs.
Well, this at bat right here, Jack, is what you want to see from Jon Gray. 2-0 count, fastball count, puts it in a spot that Joe Panic's looking to do some damage with 2 outs. He's looking to pull a ball and maybe hit it into McCovey Cove. Puts it in a location where he can't hit it. Then follows it up with the slider. Now he's back to even with the chance to get out.
And he does. Just threw it by him at 96. Jon Gray gets his 5th punch out. 6 shutout innings for the big man from Oklahoma. No score in San Francisco. scoreless here. In fact, for Johnny Cueto, it is 14 straight shutout innings since he gave up the 6 runs in 1 inning in Cincinnati in his previous start. Carlos Gonzalez, Nolan Arenado, and Gerardo Parra 3, 4, and 5 here in the 7th. 2 balls on the ground for Cargo today.
Another chance to watch the cat and mouse game between Cueto and Cargo. Because of Cargo's leg kick, it's throwing his timing off.
This will be Panic making the play.
Fans ask about the Memorial Day weekend Super Suite special, available May 27th through May 30th in the Super Suites 1 through 6. Call 303 Rockies for more information.
11 ground ball outs for Cueto on the day now as well. Both pitchers in different fashions, but definitely dominant on both sides. Wind's pushing it. Belt is just unable to get to it. Thank you, Mother Nature, says Nolan. I mean, right here, I thought he was going to catch the ball, just the way he was drifting.
I did too, and that's all 6'5" of Brandon Belt stretching out over that railing to try to grab it.
Did you ever see the video or maybe you even met the guy once, the Japanese outfielder that climbed to the top of the fence and caught that ball?
No, but I mentioned that in an interview when I was in Japan, and they showed a highlight of me with watching that. Ouch.
You wear that shin guard, and then the ball decides, no, I'm not going to hit there. It's got Garrett out to check on Nolan, who's still hobbling. Nolan, like, get away from me, I'm okay.
You can't help it. You're mad when you hit a ball off your foot like that. You just want somebody to go away. It hurts. Ouch. That's going to leave a mark. And that mark, I'm telling you right now, will be there until the end of the year. I still have an indentation on my front shin from where I hit a ball off my shin.
Well, my partner in Cleveland for many years, the late Mike Keegan, who spent his whole life around baseball. His dad played and coached, and Mike played and then became a broadcaster. He said, I can walk into a major league clubhouse and just stroll around. I can tell you how a guy hits without asking. I just look at their ankles. If they're both black and blue, he's a switch hitter. They used to, for a time, they'd come out with, I think they called it ethyl chloride. It was just like a little freezing.
The cold spray?
Yeah.
Yep. Well, they use that in Japan all the time. It was funny. See it in soccer matches.
Yeah, when you step back and look at that, you tell yourself, really?
Yeah, it's not going to make me feel any better.
Nolan, this might make him feel better. Not quite enough as Blanco grabs it on the track. That's the deepest ball for an out hit today. We had the double by Charlie Blackmon. 2 outs here in the Rockies' 7th. Six hits in the game. The Rockies have 5 of them. But Johnny Cueto with a couple of double plays and many times allowing hits late in innings. The Rockies and the Giants have both had just 2 chances apiece to hit with a man in scoring position. On the run, Blanco, and the basket catch. No, he didn't hang on.
That's a really difficult play, and for a left-handed left fielder because the ball's going to carry towards the line. All the balls ever hit, if you hit it to left field, it fades towards the line. Right field fades towards the line. It'd be an easier play for a right-handed thrower just because the backhand on a play like that's easier.
Cueto thought his man was going to grab it. And he'll have to make at least one more pitch to Parra. I always thought outside of the, and I call it contrived, outside of the contrived arena league football where guys are smashing into walls to make plays, baseball's the craziest for corner outfielders.
It really is, and Wrigley Field's the worst.
We saw the face plant that Cargo made, somehow managed to stay in one piece and make the catch on the last road trip. 2-2 on Parra.
Well, the brick wall at Wrigley Field is even with the foul line, so there's no room to give.
You got foul line and maybe about 20 inches,
well,
and then
not,
wall.
No, it's not even close. It's inches. That'll be a hit.
Duffy, is he going to throw? He did. Surprised me, but Parra gets the infield hit. And it keeps this 7th inning going. So that drop, while you certainly aren't going to charge Blanco with an error, you extend an inning against Cueto, and maybe you get lucky. Mark Reynolds runs into one here because he's had to work a little harder.
I would love to see that, and here's the big swing. You can take your chance with a couple swings right here against Cueto to go and try to drive one out of the ballpark or definitely put it in the gap. And when you're in a 0-0 game where base runners are a premium, a play like that where Blanco just misses it on a very difficult play is important.
Cueto is a guy who, again, because he keeps hitters off balance when he's going well, and he's certainly going well today, at the moment has allowed 2 home runs in 49 innings.
No stolen bases, please. If you're going to go, just go on a dirt ball.
2-0 on Reynolds. Marquez one of the hits. Rockies have 5 singles and the Blackmon double. Last 2 hits have come with 2 outs in the inning. But Cueto's about ready to make his 90th pitch, so that's what we were talking about. You extend him a little more, maybe he makes a mistake and you get the benefit. Another chopper. Shows you that the action, the deception is still good. Not many balls squared up, really just 2.
And second and third time through the lineup for Cueto. The third time through, hitters are hitting 229, which is a lot lower. First time through, hitters hit 271. Second time through, 320, 229 the third time, and 083 the fourth time. But that's also because there's not a lot of at bats.
Ball 3 on Reynolds. Only walk was to Arenado back in the 4th inning. And then the Rockies misfired on a hit and run try. Nolan was thrown out by a bunch at second base.
Well, 3-1, you might run right here, but based on the matchup, oh dear.
Well, that's what they were thinking. Rockies have had a man picked off. Charlie Blackmon led off the 4th inning with a base hit and was picked off. A play in which he was initially ruled safe and then overturned. That one was pretty close too. Well, good camera work, guys. That is really on top of it. And Reynolds gets underneath it, and that'll keep it in the ballpark. Stretch time here in San Francisco. Still no score in this pitcher's matchup. Time for the Cooney Lexus look back, and as we look at this game, there is no question it has been dominated by the pitchers. Jon Gray has been outstanding, getting stronger as the game has gone along, and the crafty one, Johnny Cueto, just keeps spinning his way to success as Jon Gray begins his work here in the bottom of the 7th inning against Matt Duffy. Twice on ground outs to Story at short. And probably the biggest hurdle of the day for Jon Gray. Duffy's been red hot in this series. Then Posey, Belt, and possibly Pence. The heart of the Giants' order here in the 7th for the rookie. A good change of pace to get ahead. Strike 2. John now at 77 pitches, so the territory that's been a little more uncharted for him. And some of that's just
he just hasn't had a chance to do it.
Yeah, I was just say the experience, the opportunities to do it.
Came off injury last year. He's on the pitch count. This year he's coming off injury, with the abdominal strain. Just hasn't had a chance to go past 75 too many times.
Full count now on Duffy, and some of it is too, you know, if you're scuffling a little bit, you're just trying to hang in there and you get to 75. That's literally what you're doing, hanging in there. Today at 75, he's been in command.
He has been in command, and this is a big pitch right here. You want to get Matt Duffy with the teeth of the Giants lineup about to hit you.
The payoff to Duffy is a blooper. DJ says no worries. Out number 1.
Yeah, you can't lose Matt Duffy right there. We had a 1-2. And Gray with good fastball command. We're talking a lot of movement with his fastball. You're seeing just like Cueto. Not a lot of balls squared up.
He's gotten Posey twice on a grounder to third and then struck him out in the 4th inning. And Span was at second base with 2 outs. He has thrown 13 first pitch strikes out of 22, so not a real high ratio, but just 2 walks on the day against the 5 strikeouts. Posey in that crouch of his. Mark Reynolds with a glove save and a beauty. Out number 2. The day after every Rockies win, you can get 50% off your online order at Papa John's. Use promo code ROCKSWIN at papajohns.com.
Well, coming into today's game, the Giants are the best offensive team against pitchers with good fastballs. Fastballs over 93 miles an hour. As a team, they hit 317. And Jon Gray's been able to keep him at bay.
Brandon Belt grounded out in the 5th after walking in the 2nd. John, as we said, you can see it in his demeanor. You can see it in his patterns. This is a guy figuring it out. He's not going to have all the answers after this start, but you're seeing why. You talk to Jeff Bridich, you talk to Walt Weiss, Steve Foster, Darren Holmes, say, hey, don't worry, this kid's going to be there.
When you match that up with what we saw last night with Chad Bettis and what we've seen with Tyler Chatwood, staff is starting to come together to where you're competing day in and day out against good teams.
1-2 now on Belt. And that's the process, Ryan, you know, as a player, when you walk out there and you think, okay, so-and-so starting tonight, this one's ours. It's a world of difference.
Huge difference, especially when you're matching up against another team's #1 or #2.
Did he go? No. Down at third base.
Nick Lentz
said no. 2-2. And Nick had a good read on that. I still think that's pet peeve number 2 after the microphone. All check swings should automatically be appealed.
Amen.
Goes full on Belt after getting ahead like he did with Duffy and came back to get Duffy. Just a much better look by those base umpires than the home plate umpire. Took all the pressure off that guy behind the plate. Charlie, look at the wind change that. Oh my goodness. Crowd got excited. Charlie headed back and he said, whoa. Still scoreless. Now for the Kubota pitching performance, and what pitching indeed by the rookie Jon Gray and the veteran Johnny Cueto. They have dominated the action in this one. Gray allowing just 3 base runners, and Cueto being the sly guy he is, making the big pitches when he has needed them. Here's the best thing you know about Jon Gray. It's limited numbers. He's knocked 2.5 runs off his ERA. Belt had Cueto start late, but he recovered and covers first to retire LeMahieu.
Well, it's putting the Rockies in an interesting spot because the pitcher spot is right behind Walters, and you're trying to get a run. And Ben Paulson's going to be coming on to the on-deck circle. Qualls is going to start warming up, and as good as Jon Gray is, this is the problem with National League games. This is why there's strategy behind it, and it makes sense. You're trying to win the game. You're trying to get that extra run, and we know Jon isn't the best of hitters, so here's your opportunity to try and get a run across on the board and hopefully get him a win, get the Rockies a win.
Walters started to shorten up. 1 strike on Tony, who was flied to right, and Bunting was out. A little tete-a-tete with Mr. Cueto at first base, but everything was okay. 0-2. Now, the other issue for the Rockies, if Walters made an out and you had 2 outs and nobody on, would you bring Jon back? But I agree with you. I mean, you can have that discussion, and I'm sure it went on in the dugout.
They might still be having it.
But again, even if it's a no decision, with as well as Jon Gray has pitched, if you have confidence in your bullpen, you, as Ryan pointed out, have the greater priority of winning the game. Blanco is there on the line drive. Tony Walters with a couple of line drive outs today, and Paulson will bat. So that will end the day for Jon Gray, his best performance yet in the big leagues.
Fans, the 2016 Esurance MLB All-Star Game ballot is here. Head to Rockies.com, vote to choose your stars, and send them to the All-Star Game July 12th in San Diego. Keep doing your thing, John.
Be lots of wins. And Cueto has been just as advertised. He shuts out the Rockies through 8 innings. Can the Rockies do the same? Colorado Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets by visiting wellsfargo.com/Rockies. And by Jack in the Box. Taste the Jumbo-licious Jumbo meal before it's gone. Only at Jack in the Box. Back here in San Francisco, 20 consecutive scoreless innings for Johnny Cueto here at AT&T. 7 shutout innings for Jon Gray. And Chad Qualls comes on trying to keep this game scoreless in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Well, and the Rockies bullpen has been fantastic on this 8-game road trip. A 1.66 ERA as a group, and that comes down to how good the starters have been. Now you're allowed Walt the opportunity to match up. He can play matchups. He's going to have Boone Logan warming up in the pen already, set up for Brandon Crawford. So this is probably going to be a one-batter face for Qualls.
Story gets him. Trevor Story with a good play up the middle, and Chad Qualls gets his man. Now you've got Crawford and Blanco, 2 left-handers scheduled to hit next. Jon Gray threw 89 pitches in 7 shutout innings, and here comes the skipper, and indeed he's going to turn to Boone Logan. Jon Gray lowered his earned run average by nearly 2.5 runs this afternoon, and gave us another glimpse of what to expect in the days ahead. Qualls leaves for Logan. Bottom of the 8th, time for the CenturyLink Link to What's Next. And tomorrow's starting pitching matchup will be the second start of the season for Eddie Butler, a Notre Dame football star and baseball star as well. Jeff Samardzija will pitch for the Giants. Boone Logan on to pitch here against the left-handed hitting Brandon Crawford.
And Boone has been fantastic this year, and you can see the opponent batting average down to 143. Tie that in to the fact that his slider is back.
There is Exhibit A.
Exhibit A. Notice the spin on his slider.
Sidebar, Your Honor, please.
That's not fair. Uh-oh.
That one, a fastball sent back up the middle by Crawford. So the Giants get their first hit since the 4th inning and just their second on the day. Of course, we talked about it last night. Crawford has really worked to make himself a better left-on-left hitter when he was in danger of facing some platooning several years ago.
Well, and part of it, if just looking back on that swing, that front shoulder stays in against the left-hander, which forces your hands to stay in the zone longer. A lot of times the platoons almost hurt a player using a guy right on left only.
Blanco, who's had some success because the Giants haven't had a lot of options and have kept him in against left-handed pitching, is 6 for 17 against Southpaws this year. Pitcher spot due next, and Kelby Tomlinson is in the on-deck circle. A right-handed batter, and so Carlos Estevez is loosening on the Rockies side. You've got Osich and Casilla up for the Giants. And that slider didn't quite find the zone.
And the Giants are interesting. There's nobody on the bench really that is the prototypical power off the bench. Kelby Tomlinson is just a quality at bat. He can put the ball in play and run fast. The rest of the guys on their bench, there's just nobody there. And that's by design. That's how this whole entire Giants lineup is constructed. Quality at bats. You have a couple guys in Posey, Belt, and Pence that can hit the homer. Otherwise, they're going to hit base hits. That's how they figured out the formula to win it at this ballpark.
Big pitch there, a fastball on 2-1, and Logan paints the bottom of the zone.
And there's a good sinking fastball and a very good job of receiving it by Walters to bring that pitch back up. Blanco knows it. It's a good, well-located fastball.
Backhand by Reynolds. There's 1 and 2. Oh, Mark Reynolds flashing the leather again. And we go to the 9th inning, still tied at 0-0 thanks to a wonderful play from Mark Reynolds.
Nothing better than good baseball on a Saturday.
guys, and the Rockies will still see Johnny Cueto since they didn't need the pinch hitter. Bruce Bochy will go with Cueto. He's only thrown 98 pitches at this point, so they'll stay with their starter. Charlie Blackmon has 2 of the hits off of Cueto, and the best hit ball, he doubled with 2 outs back in the 6th inning, had a bloop hit in the 4th. This is hit pretty well to right, but there will be room for Pence. That ball just in on the trademark. I think Charlie, when he was in that swing, thought he was on it. Who Wants Tacos? Fans follow at RootSports_RM on Twitter to receive alerts for the Rockies taco special when the Rockies score 7 or more runs. Trevor Story lined out to right last time up. And a single in the 1st inning, flied to center as well, so he's had some good swings against Cueto. Javi Lopez and Casilla now in the bullpen. Quick pitched him. We've seen that a few times today.
And so far, just with Trevor in the first 2 pitches, it was probably a hittable off-speed pitch, the very first pitch of the at-bat, and because of the way that Cueto went through his windup, Story's timing was off where he couldn't fire the good swing, and that fastball right there, right on top of him. Good swing right there. You almost want him to do that shimmy because it allows you to really gather. The quick pitch is where we've seen the hitter's timing thrown off more. So you almost have to guess that he's going to do the quick pitch and base your timing off that, and you'd almost be in a better position to hit.
One and 2 on Story on pitch 104. Heavy air and good pitching. That's why it's a scoreless game.
That's part of the growth for Trevor Story too, is realizing, you know what, I can take time out.
Crawford can't make the play. It's in short left. Story makes a big turn, but Blanco hustled in to hold him at first base. It's a base hit for Trevor, his 2nd of the day, and the Rockies have a shot here in the top of the 9th.
Trevor probably could have had a chance to go to second, but because he hit it so hard and he's running straight through the bag, it wasn't able to create the angle to get a better turn towards second base, and that ball was hit hard enough that the Gold Glover isn't able to. And you can see how steep of an angle he has to try to make, because he's thinking, I need to get through the first base bag because Brandon Crawford's going to field this.
Now Cargo 0 for 7 the last 2 games, but a chance here against Cueto. Outside for the initial pitch in this at bat. He's hit a home run off Cueto and knocked in 6 runs. Now Osich is going to replace Lopez as the left-hander in the bullpen. Ball 2.
It's almost to Cargo's advantage that Trevor Story's on first, because Cueto's not able to do the shimmies and the shakes and the quick pitches. So Cargo is able to get a little bit better timing with Cueto in the stretch. 2-0 count, big pitch for Johnny Cueto.
Capacity crowd, sellout number 425 in a row. Story almost got caught napping. Cueto picked off Charlie Blackmon. That was back in the 4th inning. 2-1. Gave him a fastball.
It's just up in the zone, but that was probably his best pass so far in the game for Carlos Gonzalez.
That's a base hit to left field. Story will hold at second. Cargo taking that fastball the other way. And decision time for Bruce Bochy. He's at the top step of the dugout, and he's coming out.
And Cargo is able to get that great timing. A nice, easy leg kick for him. And Cueto making one of the few mistakes throughout the day. You can see the timing. Arm starts swinging down, Cargo's foot starts coming down, and as good as Cargo's been this year at hitting the ball opposite field, leads baseball in opposite field base hits.
Cueto departs to a standing O. Casilla coming on. Rockies rallying in the ninth. Here in the ninth, and the Giants closer comes on to try and keep the game tied. Santiago Casilla, very tough, especially as you see in that last line against right-handed hitters. Just $125 for the righties, and that matches Nolan Arenado, 1 for 8 lifetime against Casilla. Doesn't often come into these types of situations, however.
No, he doesn't, and the 3 inherited runners that he has come into, none of them have scored.
Good speed on the bases. Hunter Strickland becomes the right-hander now in the bullpen, along with Osich, the left-hander. Panik trying to keep Story close out there, and Casilla made the bluff, as you could see.
Well, they're not going to do a pick play, but they want to keep him close enough that a base hit will make it difficult for Story to score.
The bat down on the ground in disgust. Just elevate on him.
Ball's just up, and with a little movement, just came off the barrel for Nolan.
That's why Casilla has been so tough against right-handed batters. The lefties aren't faring much better. They're hitting under 200 as well. Advantage now for the Rockies. Any contact of bat to ball and Story's moving. Likewise for Cargo at first base. Parra's had 2 hits on the day. One an infield hit. And a delayed call by Fielding Culbreth draws the ire of Gerardo. I don't know if it was so much the location as Fielding took a little time before he said strike one.
Well, the slider caught part of the strike zone. This is a situation where, as a hitter, it's only 1 strike, and it's the very first pitch of the at-bat. You have to clear your mind and put yourself back in a good hitter's mentality.
And the 41,000 umpires in the stands shocked that that wasn't called a strike. The 590 are Rockies fans that are here. That's how I broke that down for you, Spilly.
I like it. Good math. Close to a balk.
Yep, it sure was. It's Crawford now, the guy dancing behind Story, trying to shorten his lead. And Casillas gonna abort the rally. Rockies threaten but don't score. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Still nothing. Hogan, who took care of the final 2 outs in the 8th inning, still on in this game, and the Rockies relievers, as Spilly talked about, have been very solid on this trip. They're going to have to continue to be if the Rockies want to get this game into extra innings and get a win. It'll be a pinch hitter. Kelby Tomlinson will bat for Casilla. And then to the top of the order in Span and Panik. With Span and Panik both hitting from the left side, it's good that Boone got 2 for the price of 1 and needed just 7 pitches in that 8th inning. You see Carlos Estevez is going to stay ready.
And the thought processes are always different, whether you're home or visitor, on how you use your closer.
Breaking ball for a strike to Tomlinson, who's 2 for 4 as a pinch hitter.
for a visiting team, rule of thumb is you're usually keeping your closer in extra innings until you catch the lead.
Boy, made a half-hearted swing at that breaking ball.
And for home teams, you're willing to use your closer in the 9th inning or earlier just to preserve the score so you can get your team back in to potentially walk off the visiting team.
One and two on Tomlinson. A base hit. Waited back looking for the breaking ball and got hit number 3 for the Giants.
This is what the Giants will do. 2-strike hitting. Boone Logan going with the slider. Ran back out and still stayed up. Tomlinson doing what you're supposed to do. You just try to fight and put the ball in play, and ends up lining one up the middle. Huge at bat by Tomlinson coming off the bench. And that's kind of the personnel you look at with the Giants. They don't have the big boppers. There's not one guy that's going to scare you. Oh, hey, you got to avoid this guy. He's a big power threat. No, they're all quality at bats.
Span can bunt. You can hit and run. Tomlinson has 3 steals. Showed bunt. Ball 1. We mentioned it last night and earlier in the broadcast with Span. Doesn't strike out much, so the action plays are certainly possible for Bruce Bochy. There's the bunt. Logan's only play is going to be to first base. The potential winning runs in scoring position with 1 out.
Coca-Cola value packs are back for the 2016 season. Available every game, value game, including May 9th through the 11th versus the Diamondbacks. Well, Jack, this is an interesting thought process too as I'm watching Walt. First base is open with Panic. On deck you have Duffy and Posey, and Estevez with the big right arm might match up better. You put yourself in a double play situation, but you're also asking a young kid to come out in front of 41,000 and face those 2 hitters.
Panic is 0 for 3 today. A soft liner, a ground out, and a strikeout. It may not be intentional here. You might try and see if Panic will get himself out. But Boone Logan doesn't have to necessarily be in the attack mode. We mentioned Tomlinson can run well. Comes back with a fastball strike.
Most pitchers I've talked to have a tough time trying to just pitch around the guy. That's not in their mindset, especially for a pitcher like Boone Logan, a relief pitcher that is paid to come out here and get guys out. And a lot of times because of that lack of intent behind the pitch, they leave a lot of mistakes.
That hit Panic in the batter's box. 1 and 2.
Did it hit him twice?
I know you tried to find out, and we couldn't get a definitive answer on that John Gray play. That'll probably be one when they look at the video, they'll realize that
they got it wrong.
Yeah, and the Rockies had the correct argument.
Sure. The situation wasn't life or death at that time, and you know, it's not like it's the final 2 minutes of an NBA playoff game where everything really matters. That situation, it doesn't bother me much.
And you shove off against the defender on an inbounds play.
They can't do that.
Apparently you can, you know. Joe Panik, the New York area kid who came on the scene in the latter stages of 2014 and had such a big impact in the World Series run that year for the Giants. Got him. Just a dandy slider for the second out. Boy, Walt's right at the top step of the dugout, and he is going to go to Carlos Estevez.
And this is why you allow your relief pitchers to be aggressive. And it's the same thought process why not walking a guy to set up a double play, where you have to understand this game is really, really hard. And giving extra base runners is not the smartest thing at times.
Boone Logan does a good job. Now it's up to young Mr. Estevez. Borg so astutely identified this couple, a house divided at AT&T.
Somebody's got to lose this game. Hopefully it's the guys with the purple hats that win it.
Carlos Estevez came on last night, gave up a run, faced Matt Duffy, and Duffy hit into a fielder's choice. Just didn't hit it hard enough for a double play, and then he would score on a 2-out hit by Brandon Belt. He's 0 for 3 today. Runner at second and 2 outs. And the high heat is too high.
This is always a tough position to put a relief pitcher in. And when your first couple pitches is, you need to rely on an off-speed pitch because Duffy's hunting fastball.
And missed again with the fastball, 2-0. Not by looks, but every time Matt Duffy's in these situations, I just think of Bill Murray, excuse me. He came out of nowhere, assistant groundskeeper.
Cinderella story.
Because Duffy thrown in desperation last year at third base, and he has been lights out for the Giants.
Good pitch.
How about that, a 2-0 breaking ball.
And this is what I'm talking about, being able to come in and throw an off-speed pitch where you need it and where you have to get the hitter off of your fastball. Duffy's hunting fastball again, but if you have the ability to throw another off-speed pitch and get another strike, then you throw him completely off.
Time called at the plate. Tomlinson was dancing around out there at second base, and Carlos was eyeballing him, and Duffy got tired of waiting.
Fielding Colberth is pointing at Tony Walters, saying he called it. It was the catcher that called it. Tattletale.
Strike two at 95, 96. That's effortless from this guy.
First two pitches were fastballs off the plate. Got himself back in the count with the slider. And now Duffy hunting fastball in a fastball count. Estevez perfectly locates that down and away.
2-2. Went soft again, and Duffy, as this group does, as Billy has referenced a number of times here, they're a good two-strike team. They're a good two-out team. Kind of the mindset built on where they play.
Well, that changeup scares me just because that's a pitch that almost speeds up Duffy's bat. You almost prefer the slider or his good hard fastball.
Well, Tony Walters was set up in, and Estevez trying to get every bit of that one, nearly sent it to the backstop.
You talk about an athletic catcher. Watch him being able to jump and catch that. Most people hurt themselves doing moves like that. And then Tony still had the ability to point down to C.B. Buckner and ask if Duffy went, if he checked his swing.
3-2. Posey would hit after Duffy, and he'll get the chance. Went back to the slider and missed it. You're 23 years of age. At this point a year ago, you're trying to figure out New England as you pitch in the Eastern League.
Well, Dave Burba with the New Britain team last year would spend time after every game with Estevez telling him, you're going to be in these situations, and really helped him grow. This is what he's been working for the last couple of years.
Missed away to Posey, who's 0 for 3 on the day. To Nolan, to second, to extra innings. Rockies have shackled Buster Posey since the first inning of Thursday night, and they get to play overtime.
no score. It's great to just be down here in what we call the first base camera well with the dugout behind me, and you get to see Walt Weiss and his staff try to think one step ahead than the Giants when they send guys down to the bullpen and figure that out. And then when Estevez comes in and does the job that he did, and Spilly was talking about it, and Jack, a 23-year-old kid to come in and do that with Buster Posey at the plate, the dugout went wild when he came in.
And deservedly so, Mark. I mean, that's just, again, part of the development that's happened with Rockies pitching, and there's more to come after Estevez.
Well, and that's why Dave Burba, to me, having the opportunity to be around him last year, it wasn't if you get to the big leagues. It's when you get to the big leagues, you're going to have these moments.
Well, I had the pleasure of watching Burbs pitch for a number of years with the Indians, and smart, competitive, really understands the game. That's great placement to have him as the Double-A pitching coach. You get Darryl Scott at Triple-A, and Holmesy and Foster up here, with Mark Wiley kind of running everything overall. Maybe the best chance for the Rockies to really finish what they've always tried to accomplish, build their own pitching. Mark Reynolds a hit in 3 tries today, as Corey Guerin, who was effective last night, is on. You could hear Mark Reynolds groan. He'd say, "Come on, give me that one again, please."
Yeah, you hear the pitch is right in his wheelhouse, and he missed it. Fire at it.
Willie talked about it last night, how difficult right on right guys like Guerin can be when they're commanding their pitches.
And from the arm angle, it's you don't see it. It's different. It's almost like a 3/4 arm slot, but when he pulls the hand back, there's no real timing for the hitter. You can't see the ball. It's short armed and then side arm.
Yeah, there's no baseball in view till it's out in front of that pitcher.
You can see short arm, and then it comes from the side, and with the good spin on the slider, hard to pick up.
Rockies are 0 for 1 in extra innings. That was at Coors Field. Giants are 1 and 2, and this 4th extra inning game for them, like the first 3, here at home. DJ towards the gap. Span can't get it. It's going to go all the way to the wall. He'll have a triple as Pence gets it back in. A stand-up triple for DJ LeMahieu, and the Rockies have their best chance yet.
Well, you got to tip your hat to Hunter Pence. Without him backing up the way he does, you're looking at an inside the park home run for DJ LeMahieu, and DJ being able to get a pitch up. See how that ball runs right back towards the heart of the plate. DJ driving it into Triple's alley, but watch Hunter Pence the entire time sprinting to try to get that, and again, it's a game of inches.
Span hits the deck. Pence runs after it. DJ accelerates. They talk to Guerin. They're going to stay with him. You've got a left-handed batter in Tony Walters, and then the pitcher spot, and Ryan Rayburn's in the on-deck circle. Now Gonzalez Germain, if the game stays tied, is in the bullpen, and Jake McGee, the Rockies closer, throwing as well if the Rockies take the lead. The Giants bring the infield in. Tony's 0 for 3 today. He's hit the ball well to left and to right, and then made an out bunting in his other at-bat. Bouncing ball, fair! And the Rockies take the lead. Tony Wolters against the drawn-in infield with an RBI double. Sorry, I had to give a little radio play-by-play there.
I love it. You talk about coming through and needing it, and Wolters has been struggling at the plate. Got a hit yesterday, 2 days ago, and big double for him on Thursday. Today, sinker runs back in. He's able to pull it down the line right past Brandon Belt. Huge hit for the Rockies right there.
Yep.
Still in scoring position for Ryan Rayburn to keep adding on.
Yeah, I was going to say, you get another chance and see if Ryan can add to it. Oh, he was going to catch the Giants there, but couldn't get it down. And Matt Duffy was back towards the rim of the infield at third base. Slider 0-2. Ryan 3 for 9 as a pinch hitter. One of those hits a home run.
Me too, Caleb.
Wrapped around the inside corner with that breaking ball.
Yeah, he almost got away with one. Extra pitch for Rayburn.
Outfield, because of Ryan's power, they can't shorten up very much. 2-2. And Tony, until the rigors of the position take it away from him, he might be the fastest catcher in baseball right now. Shades of John Wathan stealing bases for Kansas City. Towards right center field. Pence is going to get there. That ball hung up. And with the lefty Osich ready and Charlie Blackmon come to the plate, Bruce Bochy will make a change. Well, he went out there and thought about it after the triple, stayed with Guerin, and it didn't work. Now he'll go to Osich against Charlie Blackmon. Rockies have taken the lead here in the 10th. Don't go anywhere. here in the 10th inning thanks to the RBI double from Tony Walters. And now with the lefty Josh Osich on, the Rockies will look to tack on a 2-out RBI from Charlie Blackmon.
And that's a tall task to ask. Josh Osich has inherited 13 runners, 0 have scored. This is a nightmare at bat for a left-handed hitter. 95 to 98 mile an hour fastball, good off-speed pitches.
And that graphic showed you a .080 batting average for left-handers against this southpaw. And he misses with a high velocity pitch. Charlie has 2 of the Rockies' 10 hits. Ball 2. In the 9th and 10th innings, Osich becomes the 4th Giants pitcher. Outside the bag, so it's 2-1. That sounded like a very heavy pitch.
Yeah. That's a 2-0 count. You know fastball's coming, and that's as close to down the middle as you can ask for. And to get that type of swing.
You hear that sound? You that chunk.
Yeah, bump.
Well, with Jeremy Affeld's retirement, with age catching up to Javier Lopez, this is the guy the Giants hope becomes their lefty specialist.
Affeld was one of the best curveballs I've ever seen from a left-handed pitcher.
2-2.
Again, hitters count for Charlie Blackmon, and for a fastball to just get blown by you, it goes to show you what type of stuff Osich has on the mound.
Giants will have Belt, Pence, and Crawford against Jake McGee in the bottom of this 10th. Will he have 1 run or 2 runs to work with? It'll be 1 as Belt handles the ground ball. It ends the inning. But DJ LeMahieu with a triple to right center field. And then against the drawn-in infield, the RBI double from Tony Walters. Rockies trying to close it out in the 10th. put it together to give the Rockies the lead. And that means it's time for the closer, Jake McGee, here in the bottom of the 10th inning, trying to secure the Rockies' 6th win on this 10-game road trip.
And Jake is on a 4-inning scoreless streak. You look at the ERA, and Jack, you mentioned it earlier, he had a big blow up against the Dodgers. They scored 5 runs against him, but since then he has been great. He has been pitching very well, using his fastball, stealing strikes with his curveball, and that's important. This is going to be a group of guys that are hunting fastballs. The Giants are a great fastball hitting team. Being able to throw a wrinkle in there, keep them off of it, is going to be huge for this inning.
Crawford, among the 3 scheduled hitters, is the only man to have faced McGee. Brandon Belt has walked, grounded to second, and flied to fairly deep center field in the 7th inning. And a right-handed batter, Pence, and another lefty-lefty matchup with Crawford. Belt feeling so good at the plate and such a good eye, drawing another walk today among the league leaders. You just can't get him to chase right now. That means your pitches need to be quality.
Well, I'd earlier today hit a ball to center field with the wind blowing, and his face was disgust after he hit it because he squared it up. Well, right now at AT&T Ballpark, the flags they're not moving at all. There is no wind. So the ball will carry a lot better right now than it did earlier in the game.
Two and one. And interesting to have Belt lead off this inning. I mean, here's a guy who can knock it out of the ballpark and tie the game. He's also like a little guy with all the walks he's been drawn that you got to pitch to him. You can't let him get on base. Top 5 in on base percentage. Good pitch there by McGee. That's down and in. 2-2. Only Paul Goldschmidt, who has been pitched around a lot by teams against the Diamondbacks, has drawn more walks than Belt. Trying to get that first out as the closer.
Go.
That fastball had a lot of speed at 95, but didn't have command, and Belt has worked another full count. Full count on his walk in the 2nd inning. And a full count on his fly out in the 7th. And this is hit to deep right center. Cargo won't get there. It'll go to the wall. And Belt's going to have a triple. Each team here in the 10th with a stand-up triple. And that's a surprise because there's not a whole lot of speed there, but this ballpark allows for it. And Belt has his 3rd triple of the season. They've all been here, and I'm sure they've all been in the same spot.
Well, and luckily that ball was hit here because that ball is a home run in most other ballparks. That's why I'd fallen behind with the 2-2 pitch. You had Belt after 2 good pitches, and you lose him, you put him back in a 3-2 count where you know you have to throw a strike, and Belt's able to sell out looking fastball, and he gets one.
And now it's the very dangerous Hunter Pence, coming off a National League Player of the Week award. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. And McGee misses ball 1. So tough for closers when that leadoff man gets on. The numbers just bear it out. Does Mark Reynolds have room? No. 1-1. I mean, even though they work from the stretch anyhow, it's just that mindset and the change when that leadoff guy reaches, regardless of how he gets on. That pitch, I guess inside, barely or barely high. 2-1. And McGee and Walters, and I'm sure the dugout wanted that strike.
Sometimes it's how it's received, and that ball was not received in the best way. There's a low light cut on it. There's a strike. That's well received. Walters is set up inside, and this ball just runs for Jake McGee, and you see how Tony's able to move his body enough and stick that pitch for him, even though it's not the location he wanted. It's still a strike.
The 2-2.
Uh-oh.
96, and he was on it.
Usually the thought process is right here as a pitcher, you're trying to get the ball under Hunter Pence's hands. You're trying to jam him, have him hit it towards third base or to Trevor Story where Belt won't be able to make a play at home. That's why Walters keeps setting up inside.
Oh. I think everybody got fooled by that curveball.
Just up. Well received.
Good call by the veteran, Culbreth. Crawford on deck. 1-0, the Rockies lead in peril. Blackman makes the catch. Here comes Belt and decides to stay, and a great throw by Charlie. And a good decision by Brandon Belt.
Nolan pointing out to Charlie. DJ pointing out to Charlie. The ball just got in on Hunter Pence. That's what you're supposed to do. Try to put the ball in play out towards the outfield. And Charlie, because it's not hit too deep, he's able to get behind the baseball. Watch how he sets his feet, stays behind, gets that momentum that allows him to drive the ball towards home plate. Roberto Kelly telling him nope.
Still have to keep the infield in. And it's Brandon Crawford now. Crawford got a hit last time up, left on left in the 8th inning against Boone Logan.
Well, if there's the same ball hit to Charlie, even if it's shallower, Roberto Kelly is going to make Brandon Belt run towards home plate.
Yeah, they'll tag and go on out number 2. I agree. And McGee gets ahead of a hitter for the first time. And boy, Crawford giving it to Fielding Culbreth, and Fielding giving it right back to him.
Well, pitches at the bottom of the zone. Yeah, maybe a little low.
Tony helped. And the former catcher Bruce Bochy letting the umpire hear it. Lined into left field, the game is tied. Threw a curveball and hung it. Brandon Crawford was hitting just .222 with men in scoring position, but he delivers here in the 10th.
And his last 2 at bats, both base hits against lefties, tough lefties as well. Crawford didn't hit the ball very hard, but he put it in a great spot. Hanging curveball. See how that front shoulder stays closed, which keeps him on the ball a lot longer. And Trevor Story tries as best as he can. He's not tall enough.
And if the infield's not in, he has a better shot, but you got to have the infield in. Now Blanco. Mac Williamson has come out on deck. He'd bat for the pitcher. For Crawford, his 15th run batted in. He's been big for the Giants the last 2 days. One ball and 1 strike. If there is an 11th inning, and we certainly hope so, Story, Gonzalez, and Arenado would hit. And it looks like Hunter Strickland out in the Giants' pen if there is an 11th. Two balls and a strike on Blanco. Now the short outing by Chris Russin, or shorter outing in game 1. If this game keeps going, and the Rockies certainly want it to, then the bullpen becomes more of a challenge for both sides. That curveball, a good one, and Blanco squawking about it, thought it was high. 2-2.
A lot of squawking going on both sides. Curveball, that's a strike.
Blanco hit into a double play last time up. And they'll only get one because either Jake McGee got a piece of that or it just didn't have any pace to it, but they get the lead runner. I think if Jake grabs it, you might get a 1-6-3 double play.
We'll check it out. On this replay, he does touch it. Slows it up just enough that Trevor Story has to come up and get the baseball, and Crawford flying through the bag, almost getting DJ on top of it.
Williamson bats for Osich. Played in left field in game 1 of this series. He hit that one off of Phil and Culbreth, the home plate umpire. Williamson 1 for 4 as a pinch hitter.
And of all the Giants hitters available on the bench, Williamson has the most pop. Batting practice, he hits it well out to center field. Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kuiper were calling him the secret weapon.
1-1, was playing very well at AAA Sacramento when he was called up. A little bit of coincidence, each team with triples in this 10th inning to set up the runs that have scored. And DJ with a tough hop. They get the force on Blanco. And we will go to the 11th. The Rockies will send Story, Gonzalez, and Nolan Arenado in a 1-1 ball game. Move into the 11th inning now here in San Francisco. Spilly and I were having so much fun. We said we can't stop at 9.
It's such a great game. Might as well play forever. Well, at least until the Rockies score one more.
That's right. Yeah, you can play forever as long as it's a Rockies W. But again, for the fans who might be just jumping in with us now, Ron, what a day for Jon Gray.
It was a great day, and you talk about him growing again. We're continuing to watch this team unfold and grow and mature. Trevor Stories and the Nolans, and now Jon Gray taking another step forward in a very hostile environment.
Jon Gray went 7 innings, allowed just 1 hit on the day. The Rockies will bat here in the 11th against Hunter Strickland, hard-throwing right-hander who comes on the scene and gets some of the Rockies' big boys, starting with Trevor Story. Trevor's had a couple of singles on the day. And hits this one to right, but room for Pence. Cargo hit last time up. Ball 1.
Strickland's always good for a homer, right?
Tell you what, you're going to earn a homer today, won't you?
That ball that Story hit to right field was hit hard and had nothing to show for it. It wasn't even towards the warning track, and off the bat, had the good sound off the bat.
Now 3-0 on Cargo. Get base runners however you can. That high strike call.
Pitch almost cut on Cargo, and you have that much movement on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Full count. Gonzalez Germain up in the Rockies bullpen. As I said, for both teams, because of that crazy game on Thursday night and the strategic bullpen moves today, now what you do with your relief pitching is going to be interesting here on out. Former Rockies manager Jim Tracy used to always say, I manage for 9. After that, all bets are off.
It's pretty much what you have to do. You find ways to get outs any way you can.
And of course, Tracy's favorite extra inning game was won by my partner with a grand slam against these Giants. One of my favorite calls on the radio, I have to add.
That was a great call.
Well, as excited as I was, you were more so.
It's ready to go home.
Yeah. Kind of damp and chilly that night too, wasn't it? Kind of like today. Care if it's a grand slam or not, but
My yacht's here finally.
yeah, finally.
Hit it on the boat, Cargo.
This will be just as effective, maybe. What a catch by Duffy. That would have been a double, but Matt Duffy with a very fine play. makes it out number 2.
It's not quite diving into the tarp, but for him, for Matt Duffy to run after it, you talk about level of difficulty. Fantastic play.
Yeah, he had to adjust his angle mid-flight. 2 outs for Strickland here in the 11th. Nolan, no hits today. He did walk back in the 5th inning.
Nolan 1 for 5 in his career against Hunter Strickland.
"17 career homers against the Giants. 4th among all active players. And Belt will take a look, but this is back in the crowd. The impressive thing about Nolan with the homers, the number of games compared to the 3 ahead of him. He's done it in about half as many games, or as a third as many games. But he's down 2 strikes here. Giants will have the top of their order in the bottom of the 11th. Two and 2. Of course, I blame myself for this game. Mike Rice, who's filling in for me on KOA News Radio's broadcast today, and flying back to Denver after the game, and I said, "What time's your flight?" And he said 7-ish, and I said, "Well, we're probably going to go 18 innings."
Oh, Jack.
I know, it's on me. There's Mike with Jerry Schimmel and Jesse Thomas. Full count on Nolan now. I did the baseball no-no.
Well, that, or you say, wow, this game's going by fast. If you say that in the first 6-7 innings, I would have thrown my pen at you.
Yeah.
But luckily, you didn't say that. I didn't know that you said that earlier today.
I did do that earlier. Hey, I'm a stand-up guy. I'll admit it. Ball 4. And Nolan continues to have more walks than strikeouts, as many home runs as strikeouts here on May 7th.
Well, and the respect that the Giants have for Nolan. That's a 3-2 off-speed pitch, slider. When you're throwing 96 miles an hour and, you want the challenge. Come on, challenge me. Nope, we'll avoid you.
13th walk of the season for Arenado gives Gerardo Parra a chance. Gerardo 2 for 4 on the day. One would guess that there haven't been many home runs hit off Mr. Strickland, and indeed in 12 innings of work so far this year, he has not given one up. But there's always time for the first, and with the wind not a factor at the moment, just the heavy air, turn around that high heat, lined right to Belt. I feel the same way as you, Gerardo. We're still tied at 1. Ooh, look at that old Volkswagen. You can see just about anything when you travel the Golden Gate Bridge in the San Francisco Bay Area. Can't tell if that's going back into the city or going up to Marin. I think that's going up towards Marin. Gonzalez Germain comes in to pitch the bottom of the 11th.
You're a poet, you don't even know it.
Nobody's a poet like Thomas Harding, but that's for another day. Worked a scoreless inning in this series. He has pitched well since his call-up. Top of the order with Span, who has a base hit and a sacrifice bunt on the day. 1 for 3 officially.
Span was jumping on first pitch, which is not typical of Span trying to end this game. Let's have a dinner reservation.
Arenado up at third. Rest of the infield back. Game in the 11th inning, and it's still shorter than the 5th inning on Thursday. Not quite, but moved at a rapid pace with the dominant starting pitching till all the strategic moves over the last 3 innings. Nolan can't get there, and he would have needed a ticket anyhow, so it's 1-2 on Span.
Just looking how the roster is set up for the Rockies and where they are in the lineup. If they're able to get through this inning with Gonzalez Germain, he'd be 4th. He'd be trying to hit 4th, and he has thrown multiple innings, but you're probably looking at a Christian Bergman moving from this point out.
Bergman pitched on Thursday. Two and two. The Rockies have Bergman, Oberg, and Miller still in the bullpen.
Your only position player left besides is Garneau and Adames.
Full count. Span, like a good leadoff hitter's supposed to do, works the count even after that first pitch swing. Panik, Duffy also scheduled to hit here in the 11th. That's a foul ball. Fans get excited.
And a broken bat.
Dodgers won today at Toronto behind Clayton Kershaw, so they move back to 515 and 15. The Rockies would do the same if they can win today, and they drop the Giants back to 500. San Francisco at 16 and 15 at the moment. Germain is ready. And Trevor's going to get to it. Story makes the grab. Sound like he sacrificed another bat.
You can always get more.
Cardinals won today in a walk-off by Matt Carpenter. Beat the Pirates in St. Louis. Cubs have rallied to lead again over Washington. Same bloop, same result as panic pops out to Story.
Well, that goes to show what kind of movement Germain has on his pitches. That's a slider that's able to run inside. And then for Span, you talk about 3 straight broken bats. And Span broke 2 bats and 1 at bat. So a lot of late movement from Gonzalez.
Gets Duffy now. Duffy walked in the 9th inning. But then erased in a fielder's choice. It was against Estevez. Rockies have used Qualls, Logan, Estevez, McGee, and now Germain. Gonzalez trying to get it to the 12th. Tony Walters wants to talk to his pitcher. Freddie Freeman with an early homer as the Braves host Arizona, leading 1-0. Jenny in the highlights from earlier talked about the Yankees beating Boston 8-2 behind Nate Eovaldi, and they pin a loss on David Price for the first time this year.
Panic in Boston.
1 ball, 1 strike. Rockies will head to Fenway on their next trip. Rockies have 2 10-day trips on the season, and they come here in the month of May. This trip, and then after a week-long homestand, the next 10-day. Story on the backhand, long throw, and Reynolds can't make the scoop. They might give Duffy a hit on that. And indeed they do credit Duffy with a hit. That was a fine effort by Trevor, and had Mark handled it, it would have been out number 3.
Would have been a great play. Trevor ranging to his right, reaching back, and it's a tough throw, putting that much on the baseball to try to get it in the air. You see, not a lot of time to set your feet. You have to throw off your right foot. And Reynolds, as good as he is at first base, isn't able to make that pick.
Looked like it took a higher hop than Mark thought. Usually you try and go out and smother that low.
Can't really do much on that angle just because it goes towards the bullpen.
Ball 1 to Posey, who's 0 for 4. And that's dangerous.
And this is where the Giants score their runs. Second in baseball with 2 out RBIs and runs scored. Only the Cardinals are better.
Two and 0. It seems almost hard to say, but if you're Gonzalez Germain here, you want to face Posey. You don't want to extend this inning for the guy on deck with the way Brandon Belt has been. And his triple last inning helped forge the tie as he scored the run. Nolan will gobble it up. He'll go across the diamond, and they get Posey again. Gonzalez Germain works around the infield hit. We're off to inning number 12.
And the Rockies and the Giants are tied at 1, and Mark Reynolds is due to lead off. He has been one of the more consistent for the hitters for the Rockies early on here, and there are a few situations I want to show you that he has excelled in. Ahead in the count, 462, even 441. Now his batting average is 338 coming into this AB. His career batting average, 232. And Jack and Spilly have talked about how he seems to be a little bit more disciplined at the plate. Let's see if he can do some damage ahead in the count.
I'll take damage in any count, Mark, but you're right. 1 for 4 for Reynolds on the day. Mayhew and Wolters to follow. Second inning for Hunter Strickland. After he got the final out of the 11th. Mark's hit was back in the 5th inning. Justin Miller now beginning to work in the Rockies' pen. Crawford charging and got him. Might have been tougher with one of the speedier Rockies runners, but Crawford able to get Mark, who with that scrape on his left leg isn't running as well as he would like. The Crawford Gold Glove shortstop last year makes a nice play. DJ scored the Rockies' run in the 10th. With 1 out, he hit a ball to right center field, spanned the center fielder, made a dive, it got by him, and DJ had the triple.
Here it is, that fastball down and away. DJ driving it into right center, and Span giving his best effort in slow motion. He didn't look like he was very close, but real speed. Almost thought he caught it. That's a weird swing from DJ. That's a good slider by Hunter Strickland.
Down the line, but foul. DJ's always hit pretty well against the Giants. He's like Nolan Arenado in that regard. Enjoys the challenge of facing this team. One and two. Okay, now my schedule, Fred, said that this game was supposed to start at 1:05. I'm looking at my Fitbit here, and it tells me that it's 4:45. This should be over.
What is going on? Did the game start late? No, it was on time.
Count remains 1-2 on LeMahieu. A run on 10 hits for the Rockies, a run on 6 hits for the Giants. Error-free baseball and some fine defensive plays both ways. Gray and Cueto traded zeros. Both teams scored in the 10th. And this will be another hit for DJ. Once it got by Strickland, no way for the middle infielders to get it.
DJ fouling off a couple pitches prior, and that's a fastball up in the zone. Strickland upset with himself because his glove just barely missed it. Hit it right up the middle past a great defender in Crawford.
Here's Tony Wolters with the infield drawn in. Tony pulled the ball by the first baseman Brandon Belt for a double. It scored LeMahieu and gave the Rockies the lead. The Giants would get a triple and a single in the bottom of the 10th inning to prolong the game.
Opportunity for Walters to put the ball in play with the infield drawn in, and it gives it fielders less of an angle to be able to make a play. Get that run in.
This is playable for Blanco, the left fielder. And back to first goes DJ. Javi Lopez up in the Giants bullpen. And Christian Adames will bat for Gonzalez Germain. And Justin Miller will come on in the bottom of the 12th. Besides Lopez, the Giants also have Derek Law and Albert Suarez. Rockies have Miller and Oberg and Bergman.
And Suarez recently called up when Vin Mazzaro was designated for assignment, has yet to pitch in the major leagues. He'll be making a major league debut if he decides to pitch.
Strike to the pinch hitter Christian Adames.
Strickland's pretty slow to the plate.
Gets ahead, 2 strikes on Adames. A tough situation for a young hitter, basically trying to learn how to pinch hit. You filled that role, Ryan. It's not easy.
You have to be aggressive, and when I'm watching Strickland, he's slow to the plate, and I think if it's a position player that you're gonna keep in the game because Adames is just gonna be pinch hitting, you're not typically gonna take the chance of stealing the bag because that forces you to burn your pinch hitter.
1-2. One upstairs in hopes of getting Adames to chase and maybe to make it easier for Posey if LeMahieu was going to run. Got Blackmon on deck, and I would think if Adames keeps the inning going, Lopez had come on to face Charlie. Coming up on 3 hours and 45 minutes of tense baseball, and that's not unusual in this ballpark. This might be a tough chance. Crawford hangs onto the ball, and DJ hangs onto the bag. An infield hit for Christian Adames. And once Charlie Blackmon's announced, let's see what Bruce Bochy does. He's coming out, and he's going to go to his veteran lefty specialist. Javier Lopez to face Charlie Blackmon in a 1-1 game in the 12th. We'll be right back. trying to get some timing with the unorthodox delivery of the veteran left-hander Javi Lopez, the former Rocky, who comes on here with 2 on and 2 out in the 12th.
You talk about one of the toughest guys to face, and even for right-handers. A lot of sinking movement with his fastball, great slider. Except this year, .412 batting average against left-handed hitters. A little bit of velocity decrease, and when you face a pitcher like Javi Lopez, left on left, again, I talked about with Brandon Crawford facing Boone Logan and facing Jake McGee, it forces those hitters to keep that front shoulder in. And keeping the front shoulder in allows the bat path to stay in the zone longer.
Been good for a lot of years in this role for the Giants. University of Virginia product. But as Ryan mentioned, the velocity, which was never overwhelming, has diminished some more in the last season plus.
Well, his career splits against left-handed hitters in all the years he's played has only been .205.
It's 84 and 85, maybe 85 on our gun. That's about as fast as he throws now. LeMahieu, an excellent base runner. He's the lead man at second and Adames at first. Blanco has a pretty good arm in left, likewise Pence in right. Span not bad in center. 2 balls and a strike. This might be the only guy for Lopez. We've got Derek Law and Albert Suarez, 2 righties both up, with Story on deck if Charlie keeps it going. Handled by Panic, and Lopez does his job. Rockies have stranded 9 on the day. We go to the bottom of the 12th, still tied at 1. All right, Jenny and Corey, thank you very much. And Justin Miller comes on to try and get this game to the 13th inning.
And Justin, at the start of the season, really didn't have that slider, the good biting slider that we've grew accustomed to, that allowed him to strike out 8 batters last year. He's starting to get it back. You're starting to see the good depth with that pitch.
He gets Brandon Belt, who began the 10th inning with a triple to right center field, and he scored the Giants' run. He's also walked, flied to center, and grounded to second. One ball, one strike.
Well, the way the field's been playing today, this is where you take advantage of it. Force guys, if you're going to try to hit the home run, it's going to have to be on a pitch that's down and away from you. See how the Giants pitch the Rockies. Not a lot of pitches inside unless it's off the plate.
Fastball at 94 to get another swing and a miss. Arenado moves farther to his left and got him with a good slider. Justin Miller gets the dangerous Brandon Belt.
And this is the slider that has been coming back to Justin Miller, getting that good downward depth. Watch the spin. You can't even pick up the seams for Brandon Belt. That's not the typical swing you see from him. He's been so locked in at the plate. And granted, he's been out here for 4 hours.
Hunter Pence 0 for 3 with a walk. Well, he hit the ball twice, so he's out, right?
He's out.
Yeah. Derek Law resumes work in the Giants bullpen down the left field line. Oh, he was staggered by that slider. 1-1, or 0-2, excuse me.
Good tight slider, starts it at Hunter Pence. Whoa, where are you going?
With this guy, a great 2-strike hitter. Cannot relax. Pants pulled up to the top of the knee. Way foul, despite the crowd's anxious hope.
Suddenly, a gust of wind, gonna blow it out. I mean, what makes Hunter Pence so difficult is he's 6'4" and it says 220 pounds. He's bigger than that. He is a very strong individual, but he has so much plate coverage.
Parra coming in to make the catch. Boy, really took the sting out of Pence's swing with another good breaking ball. You were right on, Spilly. I mean, the absence of the slider in his early appearances, and now Justin Miller looks like a different guy, like the guy who was so strong in September last year.
You're right. Well, that's his pitch. He has to be able to have that. The fastball command for Justin isn't off the charts. He's not able to dot on the outside part of the plate or all 4 quadrants. So the slider for him, because it's such a swing and miss pitch.
or a pop-up pitch. Tough chance for Arenado, but Nolan has it. Didn't even have to go into the tarp. We will have Trevor Story leading things off here in the 13th. It's upcoming. Here at AT&T Park. Great starting pitching. Each team using a triple in the 10th inning to score their runs. And John Gray's best performance yet as a big leaguer. And the bright lights of a day game, but still the spotlight here in San Francisco.
Talk about going toe-to-toe, and the numbers for him. Only 2 hits. No runs. It hasn't been done too many times by the Coors Rockies pitchers. It's just great to see his growth.
And Derek Law will come on for the second time in the series to work for the Giants. Trevor trying to check his swing. Story has a foul ball. 2 for 5 on the day. 6 for 14 in the series. There you see Law, just a little bit of work so far. One and one. He struck out Story when they matched up on Thursday. Foul ball into the crowd. And I'd say close to half or more of the sellout crowd has headed for home as we've hit the 4-hour mark in baseball action. It's been a dandy. Pence, the wind pushing it, but he makes the grab.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with either team's approach today. You watch quality of bats, it's been just pitching's been better. Pitching's been better than the hitter so far. And the way that the field's playing.
Yeah, the conditions usually more favorable offensively in the daytime, but damp, cool day. Cargo, who has a hit and 5 at bats, is going to be 1 for 6 as Law gets him. one guy left in the Giants' pen. That's Albert Suarez, who was just called up. Rockies still have Oberg and could probably get a hitter or two or out of Christian Bergman. Arenado is 0 for 3 with 2 walks. It's been interesting how much the wind has died. It's almost as if the air was too heavy for the wind to move. Breaking ball in for a strike. Two and one. Been 14 opportunities to get a hit with men in scoring position for the two teams. Each team has done it once. Ball 3. Yeah, increasingly cautious Giants pitchers to Nolan Arenado.
Well, and Law primarily throws off-speed pitches and then works with his off-speed pitches and then uses his fastball.
And not close for ball 4. More than willing to take their chances with Parra based on Arenado's history and the way he's playing again this year.
I think that's the right plan. You don't want a superstar of baseball to beat you.
Parra, 2 for 5 on the day, has grounded out and lined out to first his last 2 times up with men on base. It's off speed for ball 1.
Well, you look at the percentages of pitches that Derek Law throws. 29% of the time he throws curveball. He throws his slider another 20% of the time, and then he throws his fastball.
There goes Arenado, and it's fouled away. Boy, Nolan had a great jump. But Gerardo saw a pitch that he thought he could do something with and fouled it. Answer the question for everybody that always asks me, when you're at the plate, other than maybe hearing the defense yell, do you have any idea the guy's going?
Yes, you know when the guy's going. And some guys will swing out of the zone just because he knows the fielders are moving, and it gives him a better chance to put the ball in play and get a hit. For a lefty, it's a lot more difficult than a right-hander. We can see how good of a jump the player gets.
He check his swing, he did. Ball 2. Nick Lentz said he held up. Haven't been many check swings today. Guys, when they've been fooled all the way. And this is knocked down, and what a play, but not in time by Panik. Oh, he made an incredible effort. And the Giants fans thought he got Arenado at second.
Jim Reynolds, the second base umpire, standing right on top of the bag. The ball wasn't hit too hard, but it was hit in a great spot. Nolan, great secondary, getting down towards second base. You can see the play, just throwing it over his shoulder. Wow. Joe Panik, how do you do that?
Yeah, not only did get a throw off, but to be that accurate.
Well, this is going to be an umpire's discretion. He's going to choose to review this play. They want to make sure they get it right.
That was still remarkable that he got to that ball. It would have gotten Arenado to third if it gets through, and Ryan had a very good description. Nolan got off to a good secondary lead, but then was kind of caught. Am I going to second or am I going to third?
It's always hard because you're trying to read the baseball. You're trying to take the extra base. You see Nolan was starting to make a turn and then realized he had to go straight at the bag.
I think this is going to be confirmed.
Oh, he's out.
They called him out. It sure looked like his heel was into the bag. We go to the bottom of the 13th, still tied.
We know go bottom 13. The game is still 1-1. I want to show you tomorrow's starting pitchers because we've got a day game as the Rockies finish up this 10-game road trip. And the probable starters tomorrow, Eddie Butler is going to go against Jeff Samardzija. A couple of the righties. Now tomorrow is Mother's Day, and there's going to be a lot of pink in the ballpark. I want to show you Eddie Butler's shoes that he was breaking in today. I was able to tweet this out. He's an Under Armour guy, and these are the shoes that he'll be wearing. Mark Reynolds has these cleats as well, so a lot of pink tomorrow, guys.
Wow. I like them. Justin Miller gets Blanco to start the bottom of the 13th. Connor Gillespie will bat for Derek Law. So if the Giants don't score,
terrible.
The Giants will use their final pitcher, at least from a bullpen perspective.
Well, those Giants fans have been energized by the play that Joe Panik made to end the inning. Crowd is back into it. Momentum has swung, whatever momentum there is in this game, towards the Giants.
Watched during the between innings break, ever so slightly did that ball get in the glove just before Nolan's foot hit second base. Parra was positioned perfectly, and Gerardo makes the catch. It was an umpire's review, and here's what we saw.
See the ball in glove, Nolan's foot still in the air.
Yeah, had the heel hit the bag, he's probably safe, but by the time the front of the foot came down on second. The ball was secured by Crawford. Just a remarkable play by Panik. Here's Connor Gillespie pinch hitting for Law. He's 4 for 12 since his call up. Ball one. They have the backup catcher Trevor Brown and an injured Angel Pagan left on their bench, and their last relief pitcher warming up. Two 2-0 from Justin Miller, who worked a scoreless 12th with a strikeout. Obviously worked a scoreless 12th. He worked a hitless 12th. Well, he could have given up a run if the Rockies had scored a run. That happened back in the 10th. That's why we're playing in the 13th. Rockies are 10-4 in their history when they have played 13 or more innings. Grab by a fan just down to our left. Double clutched it, but it was caught.
He caught it. He's not going to get booed by the people around him.
And it's cold enough that his hands won't sting too much.
No. Is he looking for a kid to give it to? Good guy.
That's a way to do it.
Fan of the year.
Great. Three and one. Justin was sharp in the 12th inning. Only 2 pitches out of the zone, but he's missed 3 out of 4 to Gillespie, the pinch hitter, batting with 1 out. And that puts a man aboard.
Late inning walks almost always find a way to hurt you.
Flip the lineup again. Top of the order in Span. One for 4 and a sacrifice bunt as well. You have to be conscious of a bunt on the corners. Although a pretty decent hitter, do you give up the out to move that man? No sign of it there. 0-1. Manager Spilborghs, would you give up the out?
No.
You're the home team.
I mean, I want these guys to take shots with the hitters that the Giants have. It's still going to take several hits, and you want to use both outs to be able to do that.
And probably the fact that Span out of that left-hand box and good speed, not a strong double play candidate. He's only grounded into 1 this year and more than 135 plate appearances. So even if you put it on the ground, you'd still like your chances of not being out of the inning. And Justin Miller in this 2nd inning of work, not quite as crisp. Tony Walters yelling something out to him from in front of home plate.
Well, and Justin Miller's been asked to get more than an innings of work 2 times this year. 1 1/3 is his most, and he's done it both times.
And he's at 1 1/3 right now. But again, all bets off when you get to extra innings, especially this far along into extra innings. I mean, in Span, he batted in the 9th, so in the potential game-ending innings, he's batting for the 3rd time. That's when you really say all bets are off. And 3-1. Yeah, somehow Justin's got to figure out a way to get that fastball located. That's been his problem here in the 13th. How about 3-1? Would you send a runner?
Yeah, you're kind of in a position where you can take a shot at it.
Gillespie not going and doesn't need to go. He can walk to second base. Back-to-back walks, and now the winning run's in scoring position.
And Steve Foster is going to come out and try to settle down Justin Miller. Go over with Tony Wolters what the approach is going to be against Joe Panik. You basically put yourself in a corner in this situation because without your fastball command, you're having to rely on your slider. And the slider to a lefty for Justin Miller down and in, that's a pretty good pitch for a very good hitter to hit.
Yeah, in Panik's case, who again is in a scenario now where he doesn't have to knock it out of the ballpark. He just has to find green grass.
And the game's over. Pay attention and see if the outfielders are going to start making their move in closer towards the infield to shorten up the distance to be able to make a throw. And we know how good the arms are in the outfield. Parra, Cannon, Charlie, great throw earlier today. And Cargo with the absolute cannon as well.
Panik is 0 for 5. 2 walks with 1 out. Things are precarious for the Rockies. And threw the breaking ball to get ahead. Backdoored it a little bit perhaps, but gets that first pitch strike. Gets ahead 0-2. Panik is grounded into just 1 double play. Has struck out 13 times, including 2 today. Justin Miller could really use a punch out here. One and 2. "26 pitches for Miller. That's the potential winning run. Gillespie out there at second. Got him. Foul tip hung on to by Tony Wolters and got him with the breaking ball. 2 down. And after the back-to-back walks, and Justin Miller comes back with a punch out.
Oh, and these pitches, Joe Panik, you almost look at Justin and he got away with 2 pitches, a fastball down the middle. That one up in the zone. Panik 0 for 6 today. Began the day with a .281 batting average. Dropped it down to .265.
Matt Duffy, a base hit and a walk in 5 plate appearances. Outside, ball 1. Again, having trouble throwing the fastball for a strike. Base hit back in the 11th inning in his last at bat. Batting here in the 13th with 2 down. Parra going back, turning, and can't make the play. That's the ball game. Gerardo Parra turned one way, the ball sliced another. And Matt Duffy is the hero. In 13 innings, the Giants prevail.
It's a well-played ball game by both teams. Somebody had to lose. Unfortunate for the Rockies, it was them today.
Our Jimmy John's delivery of the game is this game winner from Matt Duffy. On a slider, lined it to left, and Gerardo Parra turned and couldn't get to it. As Spilly said, a tough loss for the Rockies here this afternoon in a very entertaining game. Fun working with you, Ryan. We'll do it again. Let's head back to the studio. Jenny and Corey.